The time is now 5:32 on Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this public meeting of the State Board of Education will come to order. The roll will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Director Butler, please call the roll.
Representative Chamberlain.
Present.
Representative Dinkins.
Present.
Representative Mozumdar.
Present.
Representative Warreed. Representative Best. Representative Chang. Representative Colson.
Present.
Representative Henderson.
Present.
Representative Johnson Law.
Good evening and present.
Representative Thompson. Representative Williams.
Present.
Vice President Goulet.
Present.
President Patterson.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Director. A quorum has been determined, and the State Board will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Members, we have a draft agenda before us. Are there any corrections or additions to the agenda? I'll give you a few minutes. I'm not seeing anyone raise any. Seeing no corrections or additions, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded. I'll go with moved by Representative Williams and seconded by Representative Dr. Johnson Law. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries. We now have the minutes from our working session, which was held on April 1st. Is there a motion to adopt these minutes?
So moved.
It has been moved by Vice President Goulet. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Dr. Johnson Law from Ward 8. Is there a discussion on this motion? I'm not seeing any from my present members. Seeing no discussion, the motion is to adopt the minutes from April working session. I will ask for the yeas and the nays. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. All right, thanks, everyone. Good evening. I am Dr. Jacques Patterson, the at-large representative and president of the State Board of Education. On behalf of the State Board, I want to welcome guests and members of the public, including those who are watching live via the District Knowledge Network, to our public meeting. These meetings typically takes place on the third Wednesday of each month in the Old Council Chamber at 441 4th Street Northwest. This month, we are meeting a week later than usual. If you were off for spring break last week, we hope you enjoyed it. That is the reason. I love that from folks who actually work in schools. I like that excitement. Tomorrow is our agency's annual budget oversight hearing. We want to thank Chairman Mendelson and the council in advance for the opportunity to share our plans for fiscal year 2027. Additionally, we know that many of you are here to testify about the high school graduation requirements. We want to thank you for your valued testimonies during this time, especially the task force, as the task force enters its final week. After the task force shares its recommendations with the board will prepare our recommendations for OSSE. You can find additional information about the timeline and process at our website, sboe.dc.gov. This evening, we have 25, maybe 26 public witnesses who have signed up to share testimony. We encourage the public to sign up every month at sboe.dc.gov. The State Board is available as a resource for our local communities. Please don't hesitate to contact your ward representative with questions or concerns related to public education, or email our agency staff at sboe@dc.gov. At this time, I would like to welcome our State Superintendent, Dr. Mitchell, our representative, to provide OSSE remarks. It's a little late? Okay. And that is why I asked, because I know this person making this grand entrance right now, our superintendent. I knew she was just a few seconds away. And I'm sorry to do this to you, Dr. Mitchell. Hello. Take a breath, it's all good.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to be here as always. I'm always so appreciative of the opportunity to share with you the work and update from the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I have 3 really exciting announcements for you today, as well as updates on a recent agency publication, our agency's progress in developing artificial intelligence supports, and our proposed graduation requirements. I'll begin with a really exciting announcement regarding literacy in the District of Columbia. Teaching students to read is one of, if not the most important assignment we have as an education system. In 2020, OSSI won a 5-year, $16 million competitive comprehensive literacy state development grant from the U.S. Department of Education. We just released a report detailing the research findings from this grant. The analysis demonstrated that participating schools grew 54% more in English language arts than their peers on our state assessment, DC CAPE. In addition, the analysis found that participating economically disadvantaged and African American students closed persistent reading gaps by approximately 1/3. These are truly momentous results. I'm so proud of our team for designing such a strong grant program and for the hard work of our school partners in implementing changes to improve literacy outcomes for our students. Furthermore, I'm excited to announce that OSSI won a 5-year, $50 million Comprehensive Literacy State Development Award from the Department of Education to build on these results. On March 31st, we announced 20 local school recipients of these grant funds. Over the past few years, the district has experienced great improvements in literacy achievement. At the same time, the national literacy achievement rates have been declining. This funding, which supplements local literacy spending, will enable OSSI and school partners to continue to drive literacy improvements and close achievement gaps across the district. I also want to preview some exciting advanced placement assessment results. Advanced placement courses are college-level courses taught in high schools. College Board, which oversees AP assessments nationally, shared some exciting data points with OSSI that will be published in a forthcoming report. Specifically, the District of Columbia is #1 in the nation for the percentage of graduates who took AP exams while in high school. Across every single racial group, the district was #1. At the same time, we were #1 in the nation for the growth in test takers earning a 3 or higher on the exams. Exam scores range from 1 to 5, with most universities granting college credit when students score 3 or higher. This is true over 1 year and over a 10-year horizon. It means that we are #1 in growth and that more of our students are earning college credits. This is another example of how our current education system continues to drive meaningful progress for our learners. My third announcement is on attendance. For years, stakeholders have wanted more timely and transparent attendance data. It's something that I have wanted for the community as well. That is why I'm so pleased to share that OSSI launched an attendance dashboard today. The dashboard, which is available at ossi.dc.gov/attendance dashboard, shares state-level data and shows that chronic absenteeism is down approximately 1 percentage point from the previous year. While I'm glad we're moving in the right direction, we still have far too many students missing far too many days. In addition to state-level chronic absenteeism data, the dashboard also displays chronic truancy, attendance by grade band, race, ethnicity, gender, and sector. Finally, the dashboard also shows users allows users to review school-level attendance data for every public school in DC. Students cannot learn if they are not in school. This dashboard gives stakeholders a new tool, a school-level tool, to spot attendance trends, to ask informed questions, and to respond. Today, OSSE also published a report detailing youth risk behavior survey results. This OSSE-led survey is the most comprehensive examination of youth behaviors and mindsets in the district. It covers topics such as substance abuse, mental and emotional health, nutrition, physical activity, sexual health, and youth safety and violence. This report covers several new questions and analyzes to better understand students' social media and phone use, experiences of racism, post-secondary planning, and chronic absenteeism. While we see encouraging trends in youth risk behavior with declines in alcohol, tobacco, and drug use, we also know that we have to continue to strengthen our systems and supports so that all students feel safe and supported and are making healthy, informed decisions. Next, I want to talk really quickly about OSSE's state-level work on artificial intelligence. As you all know, artificial intelligence is a set of technologies that enable computers to learn, reason, and perform tasks that in ways that used to require human intelligence. I have both high hopes and sincere concerns about the role of AI in our society and in our schools in the coming years. Educators, families, and students are currently facing the challenge of balancing AI's potential usefulness against the risks raised by these tools. We'll have to weigh the benefits of individualized support and immediate feedback with the very real concerns about safety, security, and even our students' ability to think for themselves. OSSE's vision is that DC learners of all ages and backgrounds should be equipped with the knowledge and skills they need to pursue and thrive on the life path of their choice. Similarly, many stakeholders we engaged in order to create the profile of a DC Public Schools graduate indicated that technological literacy was high on their list of desired characteristics. To achieve these visions now and in the future, OSSE must support our schools in navigating the changes that AI is bringing. To do so effectively, OSSE first wanted to understand the current state of AI in DC LEAs. OSSE partnered with the Regional Education Laboratory at Mathematica to design, conduct, and analyze a survey of LEA leaders. We will be publishing the results of that survey very soon. We are using information gathered from the survey to guide our path forward. Specifically, in alignment with survey results, we are moving forward with drafting a model policy similar in scope to the model cell phone policy OSSE recently published. This publication, which we anticipate drafting by June, is designed to meet the needs of LEAs based upon their expressed wants. As we move forward with developing this state-level guidance, we are driven by our agency's vision and the district's expressed AI values. Namely, all AI use should have a clear benefit to district residents, safety and equity must remain at the forefront, and we must always keep accountability, transparency, sustainability, privacy, and cybersecurity in mind. AI is rapidly evolving, both in its capacities, capabilities, and uses. So we will continue to engage the education community as we elevate and iterate our AI supports to LEAs. And finally, I will note that tonight's panelists will discuss our proposed graduation requirements. Our proposal includes more opportunities for post-secondary planning, modernizing DC's math requirements, expanding options for community service, introducing flexibilities into the science requirements, and developing new optional opportunities for diploma endorsements that connect students' learning to their career aspirations and post-secondary plans. In addition, our proposal increases students' financial literacy and career preparation opportunities. The DC Office of Education through Employment Pathways recently published a comprehensive survey and the data showed that the top 3 experiences alumni from DC schools wish they had during high school were 1, work-based learning, 2, financial literacy, and 3, career preparation. We are glad that our proposed graduation requirements reflect what recent graduates say they need the most. We look forward to this evening's discussion and our continued partnership with the State Board as we modernize DC's graduation requirements. Thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate your diligence, your patience, and your collaboration as we work together to improve outcomes for district students.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell, as always, as you said, for the collaboration that you and your staff always provide and everything, and congratulations on the things that are happening that are so positive, so thank you.
There are a lot of
So much.
positive things
There are a
happening.
lot of positive things that we need to get out and the district need to know about what's happening with our school system, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I believe most of or all of the members are here. We're going to now move to our expert panels. Our expert panel is perspectives from the High School Graduation Requirement Task Force. Panelists will share about the decisions that are being made by the task force, how the proposals and decisions affect different groups of stakeholders, and recommendations they have for the board members and other DC agencies for the remainder of the process of updating the graduation requirements. I will now call on each panelist. When I call your name, you are welcome to come to the table. Tanya Barachi, Director of Education and Workforce Initiatives for the Federal City Council. Okay. Clara Bolstein, Chief of Staff, Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education. Good to see you, Claire. Christy Dennis, Manager, Sector Planning and Compliance of DC Public Charter School Board. Laura Fuchs, President of the Washington Teachers Union. Okay. I'm hoping that the other person joins us at some point, and if they do, if they're in the immediate area, we'll let them come directly to the table. Panelists, each of you will have up to 5 minutes to share your testimony. The timer light on the table will be green for the first 4.5 minutes, yellow for the last 30 seconds, and red after 5 minutes have elapsed. After all panelists conclude, we will move to one round of questions from the State Board. We'll begin with, but she's not here, we'll begin with you, Claire. All right? Pull it closer, make sure that green light is on.
Now work. Oh,
Yeah, that,
oh.
that light is the timer. The green light should be on the mic.
This one might not work.
It's working.
Oh,
We can-
There you go.
Great.
We can hear you perfectly. It sounds like it's
All
on.
right. Good evening, State Board of Education representatives. My name is Clara Haskell-Botstein, and I serve as the Chief of Staff at the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, or DME. It's a pleasure to join you this evening for this important conversation about graduation requirements. I'm honored to work for the DME and to serve on the SBOE High School Graduation Task Force because I'm passionate about transforming the high school experience to meet the needs of more students. I've dedicated my career to improving the experience of young people in high school, helping them tap into their talents and their interests and get on paths to prosperous, fulfilling lives. The moment where a student's interest is sparked from a college course, an internship, a book or performance, a study abroad experience, or an inspiring instructor is a magical thing, and the one that can open horizons and transform lives. As part of my work at the DME, I spearhead Compact 2043, DC's Pathways Blueprint, developed through a broad coalition, including many of you in this room. Compact 2043 is an evolving roadmap and citywide commitment to strengthen and expand post-secondary opportunities for DC students so that all children born today will be prepared for success in higher education and good jobs. DC has taken tremendous strides in making the high school experience truly preparatory for life after graduation. We've seen record growth in CTE programs, where over 7,000 students are learning skills, earning credentials and gaining hands-on experience, from culinary arts to IT to nursing, and they are graduating at rates of nearly 100%. Hundreds of students across the city are earning college credit, making their higher education transition easier and more affordable. Programs like our Advanced Technical Centers combine CTE and early college for students across schools and sectors. ATC students have already earned over 4,000 college credits, saving them over $3 million in college tuition. Thousands of students participate in paid internships, and more students than ever before have access to college scholarships and apprenticeships after they graduate. These are the experiences we want more students to access, on top of strong foundational academic courses. These are the types of experiences that give students a sense of belonging and motivation to come to school when there are increasing demands on their time and attention. Despite our progress, we know that access gaps persist. We see disparities by race and socioeconomic status reflected in our attendance and graduation, and in employment and income gaps later on. Addressing these gaps and expanding pathways to prosperity for all students at the system level is the charge of Compact 2043. Graduation requirements are an important policy lever in this work. Thanks to OSSI, we have a graduate profile that outlines the competencies we want our students to have. Important skills like critical thinking, communication, information literacy, empathy, agency. We can connect OSSI proposals like the capstone to these competencies and pilot new and innovative forms of assessing them. Our economy, society, and technology are changing so rapidly that it's hard to prepare students for what the world will look like, but we can and should double down on the foundational and human skills. I recommend keeping the graduate profile competencies as a North Star in the conversation today. As you deliberate on graduation requirements, I urge you to help our schools change along with the world around us, to be more hands-on, to include more exposure to opportunity, to do more to advance social mobility in an increasingly unequal society. I see the opportunity in front of us being less about the number of credits or the specific course requirements than how students are supported to develop and demonstrate mastery. I urge you to allow students to earn credit for meaningful learning that might look different than it has traditionally. For example, a high-quality internship with an employer or a CTE course that counts for core academic credit. And I urge you to move away from a focus on seat hours towards competency, so students don't have to sit through a class when they have already mastered the content, and learners can progress at their own pace. I'm excited by the credit equivalency work OSSI is doing, including for CTE programs and internships, and I look forward to seeing more of it. I see great potential in OSSI's endorsement proposal, as it recognizes and incentivizes a range of pathway options that demonstrate achievement and increase student success after they graduate, such as AP, IB, dual enrollment, CTE, and biliteracy. We can offer these and other pathway programs at schools and at hubs, like the Advanced Technical Centers, which are highly popular and effective in serving students across schools and sectors and expanding access. Our statewide longitudinal education data system and our new education through employment data system allow us to see who has access and how students benefit from these programs, so we can make strategic policies and investments for our future. And personalized counseling and well-implemented post-secondary planning following OSSI's proposal is critical in connecting students to the opportunities we have. In 2043, and hopefully well before then, I hope all students have a well-rounded experiential education that truly prepares them for life, that they are recognized for their talents and their achievements, and they feel that school brings value, that it's a place where they belong, and it's a place they want to be. Graduation requirements can't make all this happen, but they are an important component of the enabling conditions. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Clara. Ms. Dennis?
Good evening, President Patterson and members of the District of Columbia State Board of Education. My name is Christy Dennis, and I'm a manager on the Sector Planning and Compliance team at DC Public Charter School Board, or DCPCSB, where I lead the agency's high school transcript audits and other compliance activities. I am testifying today in my capacity as the DCPCSB representative to the High School Graduation Requirements Task Force. Thank you for the invitation to speak tonight on how the proposed graduation requirements would impact the charter sector and public charter schools in Washington, D.C. Before I do so, let me say two more thank yous. First, to the State Board for giving the DCPCSB a seat on the task force. As you know, we are the sole authorizer of the DC Public Charter Schools, which serve nearly half of all DC students. Having this sort of representation on the task force helps ensure that the needs and priorities of Washington's public charter students, families, leaders, and communities are appropriately heard. My other thank you is to members Robert Henderson and Ebony Rose Thompson for co-chairing the task force. We're a lively group, and you've done a great job keeping us on task and on track. In my conversations with allies and advocates in the sector over the past several months, it has become clear that the public charter sector supports a number of the recommendations: reducing community service hours and broadening the definition, reducing the number of science credits and requiring biology, and increasing post-secondary planning touchpoints, for example. So in the interest of time, I will not say more on those points tonight and will instead speak to the recommendations where the charter sector has concerns. The first of those recommendations involves the creation of endorsement options, which the sector largely supports with an important caveat. Be explicit that such endorsements are optional for schools to offer and optional for students to pursue. The sector also broadly agrees on the value of strengthening financial literacy, but is concerned about the costs and operational requirements associated with adding an additional required standalone course. Charter advocates and leaders have proposed instead to grant schools and student flexibility in how they satisfy the requirements, including through existing courses, advisory periods, and competency-based approaches. I believe my colleague Noah Doherty with the Alliance will talk more about this type of flexibility the sector is seeking on this and other proposals. Similarly, while the sector supports efforts to ensure students are set up for post-secondary success, it is skeptical about a new standalone career preparation course. There is a belief that this approach would send the wrong message to students, that career preparation was a culmination rather than an inherent part of the high school journey. Charter leaders and advocates have recommended that students take an interest study and have touch points throughout high school, and that schools have flexibility to offer a range of opportunities to explore these post-secondary options. Finally, the sector is particularly concerned about the proposed practical studies diploma. There is a broad belief that this proposal was well-intended, but that it is likely to hurt the very students it purports to help by creating a credential that will not be recognized by others as sufficient. Charter leaders and advocates have recommended that OSSE work with schools to provide flexibility through the standard diploma modification process, which will better ensure the success we all want to see for students with disabilities. Thank you again for the opportunity to share some of the sector's thoughts on the proposed changes to DC's graduation requirements. I would be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. President Fuchs.
All right, thank you. So you all in the DC State Board of Education have the unenviable task of trying to make policy with a very limited set of tools, resources, and enforcement mechanisms. This means that every decision where the SBOE has an opportunity to actually have power must be used extremely wisely, for it is rare. This particular policy, our graduation requirements, should be viewed as setting a floor for what is offered to our students and not as a ceiling. There is nothing stopping LEAs from providing more than what the graduation requirements entail, but it does not allow them to apply less. The Washington Teachers Union is unequivocal. Any change that would result in the lessening of educational opportunities to our students must be blocked. Examples include any proposal to reduce the credit hour, any test out option. We view this as different than testing into a class, but still being required to take the full credits. Course substitutions and cuts to credits like science. Once the graduation requirements are set, the DC State Board of Education has zero control over how they will be implemented by LEAs. So we must rely on past and current practice. As I stated in March, and probably 500 million other times over the last decade, ask an elementary educator how much time is spent on science instruction. With few exceptions, the answer will be 0 hours. Ask them how much time is spent on social studies. Maybe it's a little higher than 0, but likely just reading on history as part of another literacy block. This is inherently an equity issue. If we don't legally require a course to be offered, it won't be at most of our schools. No LEA is forced to only offer what is required in the graduation requirements. The calls for greater flexibility are inherently disingenuous. Plenty of schools go above and beyond and don't have to apply for waivers to do so. The only waiver you need is to lower the standard. If the State Board of Education does not want to increase the requirements, then we should reduce electives by half a credit. This is a better fit than cutting a full credit of science, a core subject for a reason, and one that we can all agree is increasingly important as science literacy is under attack. The WTU is also firmly opposed to test out and course substitutions. We view these as attacks on our profession. Our courses are more than the standards written in policy documents. We are highly trained experts in our field. The time in our classrooms where students not only interact with their teachers, but interact with their peers is invaluable. You don't master world history. We do not believe our students should be robbed of this time by allowing LEAs to offer substitutions. We applaud students who take on additional work and opportunities, but the time spent in class with certified educators is equally important and foundational to the society we hope to build. WTU members are going to be the primary educators tasked with implementing the new graduation requirements. From counselors to teachers, we will be the ones who have to navigate the new systems and make them real for our students. While the policy cannot necessarily specify how they should be implemented, the SBOE must consider the very real challenges that WTU members are highlighting and note that any changes made come with costs, especially to our time. That is why the WTU, along with the majority of the task force, does not support the proposal to implement a capstone project across the board for graduation. We believe capstones are an amazing opportunity for students, but not one that can simply be mandated and then have equal meaning to all. Similarly, any policy that requires more documentation and checkpoints must be added with great care and ensure that the requirements outweigh the time commitment, which will likely be added in addition to whatever is currently being done. The W2 cautiously supports the financial literacy and career preparation courses, but do not believe they should displace the science credit. We are concerned about who would be qualified to teach the course and the standards and materials that would be provided. The W2 is also very interested in seeing greater support and engagement for our special education students. We want to ensure they have full access to educational opportunities and emerge with a diploma that will have every advantage that our other students get. Ultimately, the DC State Board of Education must take their responsibility seriously. You don't have many opportunities to weigh in directly on policy, and all changes should be made knowing fully what the implications are using the current conditions we are living in, not wishful thinking about how we hope it will be someday. Our students are more than a test score. My classroom was more than a test score. I taught tested subjects, and even the kids that passed learned so much more than was on that test, including the kids that didn't. And the idea that they could skip my class because they could just read a little test prep book is outrageous and robs them of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, President Fuchs. Ms. Barachi, I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Okay, just lean forward. We'll make it work. All right.
Good evening, State Board members and staff. Apologies for being late. My name is Tanya Bracci, and I'm Director of Education and Workforce at the Federal City Council, or FC2. FC2 is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, members-based organization dedicated to advancing civic life in the nation's capital. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight and to serve on the Graduation Requirements Task Force, and special thanks to Representative Thompson and Henderson for leading us. Top of mind for everyone is how well we are preparing DC youth for their life and careers. At FC2, we co-convene 2 industry-led sector partnerships in collaboration with CityWorks DC, focused on construction called DC Builds DC, and hospitality called Hire Local DC Hospitality Sector Partnership. These 40+ employers are actively hiring DC residents for good careers, not only is the right thing to do, but also to meet their business imperatives. From day one of this process, we were thrilled that OSSI wanted industry input and feedback on the graduation requirements, and we organized several sessions in which employers eagerly shared with OSSI what they wanted to hear. Employers across the board coalesced around a clear directive to help DC students graduate career ready. Employers want more students to have access to meaningful college and career asset building opportunities, such as internships, dual enrollment, advanced coursework, pre-apprenticeships, and apprenticeships. They want to see all students access these opportunities equitably without sacrificing the rigor of the requirements. A comprehensive early career outcomes study led by the DC ETAP office reveals both the urgency and the opportunity. DC's high school students alumni face stark disparities in earning and employment compared to similarly aged peers who moved to the city later in life, an estimated $37,000 gap. The silver lining from the research shows that students who participate in these opportunities are more likely to be employed, earn higher wages, and experience greater professional fulfillment over their life term. We can't continue with the status quo where we aren't bridging students to the next steps with meaningful and preparatory experiences. Let me give you a recent example. A rising senior at one of our public high schools was given a job offer at one of the largest employers in the region to train as an apprentice in business operations and earn more than $35,000 over 2 years while doing so. While she and her family were excited about the incredible career building opportunity, which required her to be at the employer's office from 2 to 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday, she had to decline the offer because her schedule wouldn't allow for an early release. The role was offered to another student, in this case from Virginia, whose schedule could accommodate the apprenticeship. We've heard from numerous students, alumni, and school staff the same story over and over, and our students will miss out on these opportunities. In fact, the Policy Center reports on career asset building opportunities found the top barrier to accessing these opportunities was the rigidity of course schedules. LEAs also report that students who need to retake courses usually have to choose credit recovery over CT coursework or summer internship opportunities in order to graduate, and these are often the students who need these opportunities the most. To achieve this goal of creating equitable access in student schedules, our top recommendation to OSSI is to expand the use of course equivalency. OSSI has made progress in this area with its 2023 guidance, which empowers LEAs to identify CT courses that meet multiple graduation requirements. We recommend providing LEAs with more guidance and incentives to identify additional course equivalencies, including for non-CT coursework, and allow students to demonstrate mastery in different but equally rigorous ways. Per DC ETEP Pathways report, DC alumni reported feeling more prepared for careers if they participated in these opportunities. Moreover, alumni reported wanting more opportunities at their school. Currently, at only 2.5 elective credits, DC is offering high school students the fewest opportunities to explore college and career pathways in the country. The city has made incredible strides in investing in these opportunities by expanding CT enrollment and funding high-quality internships, but many students lack the course schedule flexibility to take advantage of these opportunities. According to the same study on career assets, among DC high school students youth participating in the 2023-2022 school year, less than 60% reported participating in intensive career building opportunities more than twice a week. The data is still limited. One step we've recommended is to conduct an analysis to identify which students currently have access to career building asset opportunities, so we can see how many students have sufficient schedule flexibility to participate and whether the access is equitably distributed. I fear that the current proposal as it stands will not equitably distribute access to career asset building opportunities to our city's high school students. Thus, we will not increase the number of students who experience highly impactful career-connected learning at an age where they need it the most.
You're at time, ma'am. I
I'm almost
apologize.
done.
Okay.
We have an incredible opportunity to deliver on what all stakeholders, including employers, are asking for. We've made incredible strides in building career pathways, and we have a vision in COPAC 2043. Graduation requirements are a critical component of this vision. We have the opportunity to propel our students and schools to adapt to the world around them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barachi. All right. Director Butler will now call a round of member questions, which will begin with our student representatives. Each member will have 3 minutes. A reminder to members that the 3 minutes include both the time to ask the questions and the panelists to respond. Director Butler.
Thank you. Representative Chamberlain.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you all for coming out and taking the time to speak with us. My first question is for Ms. Botstein. I would like to know how we can make sure that, I agree with, I love CTE. I think that career preparation is important for our students. And I'd like to know how we can ensure that CTE courses are equitably spread out amongst the school system so that like the access that students have to these programs isn't dependent on like getting into a spot in the ATC or, you know, like going through like a lottery for these positions.
Thanks so much, Representative Chamberlain. It's such a good question and one that we think about a lot. So this is probably a little technical, but we've essentially maxed out our federal funding for career and technical education through the Perkins funding stream. And so we've grown, I think, 90% in terms of student uptake since pre-pandemic, 2019 or so. But now we're at the point where for new seats, we essentially need new funding. And so the advanced technical centers, which you referenced, they do have a wait list, a pretty large one, but that was an attempt to increase access so that if your school doesn't have a program, you can still attend at a hub without having to leave your school. And so that's an innovation that I think works really well for the fact that we have two sectors and a lot of schools. And so that's one way to do it. And you could envision a world in which we have more of those hubs. They could look a little different. Or you could envision, you know, local funding down the road for more CTE or incentives, frankly, through policy to have schools use the dollars they do have to add more CTE. So I think there are a lot of ways to do it. And I think, again, graduation requirements could help get at that. But it's a really important point you raise. And I think we have to get a little more creative. So I think the Advanced Technical Center and Hub model is one that I'm particularly excited about.
Thank you. I think that's all for now, but I can reconnect if I have any more questions. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Representative Dinkins.
Thank you all for testifying today. My question is for Ms. Barachi. Noting that CTU courses, and there was mention of like CTU courses being able to be evaluated for skills that can be exchanged, I was wondering how that would look among different schools with different CTE courses available, how that exchange system would still work.
In terms of course equivalency? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you for the question. So there are a couple things that can happen. So OSSE is able to issue guidance for there to be a crosswalk of the things that you learn in a CTE course over the things that you might need to know from another course. And so they're able to say, hey, you know what, this environmental science course that you're taking for this CTE pathway actually can also qualify for this core subject credit. And so there's been a lot of work done, which is great, especially for CT courses, but they think that there's other opportunities to show that you can learn and meet those credits from either outside of classroom experiences or even classroom experiences, but it's kind of not received the same way, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question? Awesome.
Thank you so much. I would like to yield the rest of my time.
Representative Mozendar.
Hi, thank you guys so much for coming out and speaking to us today. My first question is for Ms. Dennis. You mentioned that charter leaders have advocated for students to take an interest study in reference to career preparation. Could you expand on what an interest study is and how touch points with counselors can help facilitate that?
Yes, thank you so much for your question. To elaborate on the interest study, I would really like to take the opportunity to talk to some charter leaders to share more information about what this would look like in practice. And if possible, I can get back to you at a later date.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
And my second question is for Ms. Barachi. You mentioned with a specific example of a student who missed out on this internship experience because of a scheduling conflict, like a student from Virginia was able to take that because their schedule accommodated for that. I guess I'm kind of wondering, what is Virginia doing differently? How are their schedules able to be more accommodated, and what can we implement here in order to have, like, create flexibility within our scheduling?
That's a great question. So there are a couple different ways that can happen, and I'm not extremely well versed in what Virginia is doing, so I'm happy to follow up with their course requirements as well. So one way is, you know, through the graduation requirements and allowing more course equivalency so students can have flexibility in their schedules. And so hopefully that's something we can think about. Another way is helping LEAs with scheduling. So it's really difficult for a school to offer so many classes all the time, but I think there are creative ways to make sure that a student can take the courses they need. It's also really important to message to students early on that being successful in their core classes in 9th and 10th grade is really important to make sure that they have time later on. And I think that if we tied it that way, students would really maybe be a little more invested in making sure that they're successful. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Representative Chang.
Clara, just thinking, following up on some of the other comments on the panel, I'm thinking of, you know, how is the DME thinking of balancing between what you can test out of or kind of demonstrate competency of, and what is harder to do that for, and what is actually important to sit through and have, right, that as Laura said, there is no end to learning about world history.
Thanks, Representative Chang. That's a great question. So when we talk about competency, world language comes up a lot because I think that's one that's easy to wrap your heads around. So the seal of biliteracy is a proposal for the endorsements, but that is one where if you know the language, you can test. I think Josh Boots is in the back, but you know, math is something we're focused on as a city and making sure that students have access to advanced math. And so again, I think there probably are some areas there where you could help students learn at their own pace and add some more advanced coursework there. And I think in general, when I think about competency, there's a lot happening in the assessment realm, and there's some assessment work that's actually tied to competencies that are a little more, you know, on the soft skill side as well as the hard skill side. So I think in general, I mean, I'm not an expert on the assessment, but I think we should do a lot more to identify, okay, what are the validated assessments that OSSE feels comfortable with, that you all feel comfortable with, and then where can we get a little creative? And in some ways, to Tanya's point, I mean, you can demonstrate competency in certain subject areas through things that don't require sitting for a test. And so especially as we want to think about freeing up teacher time, Laura, to your point, and thinking about how the day could look differently, more planning, more engagement, more courses that teachers design, I think we can think about the substitution as a way to get there.
And I've heard you excited about this kind of flexibility for the duration of us having this conversation. I'm just curious, what excites you the most about it? Like, what does it allow the student or the teacher, what does it open up? What is the potential of implementing it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the students on the board probably have their own feelings about this, but I think, you know, not every student gets excited about sitting in a traditional classroom, and not every student's talents are represented that way. So I think for me, it's about getting exposure to what comes next. Too often high school looks nothing like even the next academic step. So college courses are really different in terms of how students are treated, how the material is taught. That's often the case. And the world of work, right? How are students supposed to know what they're going to want to do if they're not able to try it? If they don't know anyone, they may not know the profession. So I think just getting students out in the world more as we try to build global citizens and prepare students for the jobs, address some of the inequities. So for me, that's the unlock. If you can figure out new ways to get students the material, but in some ways that can engage more, so our attendance rates go up, but also that the talent is demonstrated beyond a test, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Colson.
Thank you all for your testimony. Everyone said something that really resonated with me. I wish I had time to ask you all questions. I just want to say that I really appreciate the conversation about the apprenticeships, the optional endorsements. I was definitely in support of it, but now you have me reconsidering or looking at it differently. And President Fuchs, I definitely understand and agree with you that our students are in competition with the rest of the country. We should not be lowering anything, but offering more. But I am going to direct my question to Clara. Good to see you again. It's been so long, right? Can you give me an example, because it was raised again, and I say this all the time, that our students, again, are in competition nationally. Tanya said the $37,000 pay gap. I've said that as well. I got that data from your office as well. Can you give me an example of the internships, the apprenticeships through the education, tell me the name of the program, the education to employment. Mm-hmm. Give me an example of opportunities that students have that actually materializes not into a good job, but a family-sustaining career here in DC, meaning that they're able to live here. So can you walk me through that process, what that would look like for a senior, the options that they have, and how that materializes into a career post-graduation?
Sure. So it's a great question. So we do a refresh regularly of the good jobs and the good sectors, occupations. So healthcare is the biggest sector right now. Not all those jobs are family sustaining, but there are career ladders, and we've done a lot of work to map that out. So I'll use the health example, but you could do tech or other things as well. So students, for example, at the Advanced Technical Center, healthcare is a big pathway. So they can take up to, I believe, 20 college credits on a healthcare path towards nursing, but also get soon at the Ward 8 ATC an EMT or a certified medical assistant or a CNA. And we've launched with philanthropic resources a new apprenticeship called DC Heal. So when you graduate, a lot of students will go to college. Our CT graduates are almost 100%, and a lot of students are college bound, which is great if you want to become a nurse. But if you don't want to go straight to college, you can join this apprenticeship. So you can start with one of our employer partners, like Whitman Walker, and start in one track. So for example, you can move while you're there from a certified nursing assistant to a patient care tech, and you kind of move up the ladder. So everything we invest in, we want to make sure has a next step pathway. There's a similar new apprenticeship in Ward 8 at the UDC Congress Heights location with Accenture, which is in tech and cybersecurity. So everything we do, we want to make sure that we're reaching residents who have the most need, but also have pathways. So I don't know if that fully answers it, but the CTE pathway should align to those high wage, high demand fields in order for that progression to happen.
That does. Thank you.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you all for serving on the task force and for coming tonight to speak to the full board. There are real tensions among even the 4 of you sitting there, and even more so when we expand out to the 22 on our task force. And the tensions are over important issues. I want to ask a question for each of you to answer. I'm looking for more than a just yes or no, but maybe keep it brief. It is something that I have been pondering over in this. So should, and if so, how important is it that DC's minimum requirements prepare students for college? And I think the rub often comes at the foreign language and math requirements. So, but I'm curious what each of you thinks, even though I can guess for a few of you. If we could go this way.
I'm going to start with yes, just because the majority of the best paying jobs in DC do require some form of degree.
And I'm going to say yes for the same reason that I give for everything. If you take it away, some schools won't have it, and we will be creating schools that purposefully do not get funded to provide college-bound opportunities for our students. This is DC. We live in the real world that's been this way for 20 years.
I will also say yes. I think it's incredibly important to prepare students for their post-secondary plans, whatever that route may be, especially if a student opts and chooses to apply for and attend college. I think it's incredibly important for us to ensure that students have access to all opportunities that fully set them up for success and lead to the pathway that they choose is best for them.
So I guess I could just say yes and keep it consistent. I would say yes and. So one, I think we all know what happens if you don't offer it, because you run the risk of tracking kids early on and a lot of negative outcomes. And yes, the good jobs here in DC do require a bachelor's often and above. However, we know that the vast majority of our students actually don't complete college. That's true at our local public university. That's true nationally at community colleges. So I think while we want to make sure we're not taking away an opportunity, I do think we have to do more to make sure that students who are not college bound, well, those students who are college bound, we have to make sure they can complete, and we're not there yet. But there has to also be pathways for students who don't choose that, either right away or ever. So I don't know if it fully answers your question, but I think every school, yes, and we have to avoid the tracking, and it is very complicated. But I think the College for All movement is getting pushed back for good reason, although I am a strong proponent that all students should have the preparation to go if they choose.
Thank you.
Representative Johnson-Law.
Thank you all so much for serving on the task force. You all have to put it with me when I'm there. And again, just appreciate all of you. I'm going to keep the track of access for a second, but you all know where I'm about to go. For students with disabilities, the practical studies, diploma recommendation, and again, making sure all of our children are vulnerable population, but our most vulnerable of the vulnerable have access to opportunity. For each of you, magic wand, how do you envision the practical studies diploma? Like, what would you do differently to ensure that they have access to the opportunities that their non-disabled peers have as well. We can just, anybody, go down the line.
I can't claim to be an expert here, and so I definitely defer to those who are. I think from our perspective as educators, and what we can do, with an IEP, our goal is to give students the full access. And we should be funded to be able to give our students the full access to the standard diploma. And there should be, in my opinion, very few exceptions to that we can't make the accommodation to achieve without diminishing the standard diploma. So I guess I worry about what we're doing currently, where some students are pushing to a certificate track, which I don't approve of. I get why maybe we need some middle ground, because it just seems like we're too rigid right now in the way we're approaching it for students. But I think our approach would typically be as many students as possible get access to the standard diploma, and it's our job as educators and as a system to fund and staff accordingly to make sure we can offer the accommodations to make it a realistic possibility for all of our students.
Thank you, President Felix.
So I'm also not an expert, but I'll speak from where I have the most experience, which is what employers are looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say I'm concerned about the practical studies diploma being relatively unknown to employers. And so they tend to take time to understand what's happening. And so I think what I would say is that we need to make our current diploma work for special education students and really help them to define the skills that they need to show to employers so that they're able to find those doors that open to them. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Anybody else? Hey, Kristen.
I will share that on behalf of DC Public Charter Schools, there were some concerns about creating a credential that would not be seen by colleges or employers as a diploma equivalent. And so doing so could potentially impact or negatively impact students that this practical studies diploma is intended to support and to help. Instead, what I envision this could look like is a standard diploma modification process where there is greater flexibility for our LEAs.
Yeah. Thank you, Christy. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thompson. Good evening. I think I want to name Attention Out Loud, which is flexibility and rigor. Those words are literally at odds. We received a letter from Councilmember Henderson maybe last week. Y'all know, since the pandemic, my concept of time has been gone. I want to read an excerpt from her letter and get any thoughts you all have. She says, by lowering minimum requirements, we are deepening the gap in readiness and rigor offered across LEAs and compared to other jurisdictions. The district's top performing LEAs will continue to align their standards with entry requirements for competitive universities, while others will lower their curriculums to meet minimum standards, jeopardizing students' quality of education and academic marketability. In 2017, the district experienced similar challenges where graduation rates increased, yet several data points indicated that our students were not ready for the next steps in college or careers when they graduated. I'll stop there. I'm curious for any reactions to that, if you feel that is a fair assessment of where we are now, if it is not, what's missing, what might be added.
I will keep mine short, because obviously this is what I keep saying, but credit recovery to me is the classic example when we say mastery-based, and it is a lie. It is a computer program that basically kids get put on for a few minutes and then are told, you have mastered this material now, and I'll be honest, a lot of them do not do it fairly, and then we push them through. So I think we have to be realistic to the hyper-competitive district we are in, where a grad rate, unfortunately, to this district is more important than what students get out of it. And we're just too willing to stick a student in front of a computer, give them a few hours, and say you mastered a course, and then turn around and spit out a diploma. And it's been happening for 2 decades.
I'm only going to stop you so a few other people can respond.
I think we've forced ourselves into a false equivalency, and I actually don't think there's actually no need to reduce their requirements. There's actually an increased need to show ways to meet their requirements outside of the actual course. And so there are ways that we can teach students. They don't just learn in a classroom, and learning's enforced actually further outside of the classroom. And so I think we are not doing the best job we can, and we have to think creatively about how we can give our students learning in and outside the classroom, which they sorely need. So it's really not about reducing the requirements, but increasing the rigorous opportunities outside of the classroom.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off on that, I do agree. I don't think that flexibility and rigor are necessarily at odds, although they can.
Ms. Botstein?
Oh, are we over?
I'm sorry, you're over the time. The red light is Representative Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I'm also kind of thinking about this tension of the trade-offs in the and the kind of the theory of flexibility versus the real practical limitations. I also think, having taught in both sectors and multiple schools in both sectors, that it also means certain things to where charter schools can kind of be more nimble than DCPS. You know, I think it also gets at a sense of trust with regards to DCPS in particular. If we lower the floor or create more flexibility, will it result in just less options for students? So I want to get to that point in a second, but first, Claire, you had talked about kind of using the grad profile as a North Star. I appreciate that. And you talked about the hubs of the ATC, but I'm also wondering if there's ways to be creative and flexible for offering hubs for academic coursework too, because then, you know, a lot of districts do that. Has that been something that we've explored or are willing to do?
Thanks, Representative Williams. Yeah, I love that idea. So, and I think in COVID we might have done this, like one high school offered an advanced statistical course or something and other students plugged in virtually. But yeah, we could do that. It doesn't have to be virtual. You could do that for a world language. You could do that for a lot of things where it's hard to find the faculty. And I think for the, and again, if a school is doing, let's say, capstones, which is a proposal, if that, you know, moves forward and someone's doing that really well, and students are able to design their own credit-bearing experiences, maybe you don't have to replicate that in every school.
But like, for instance, too, to be maybe a little more specific, and I appreciate that, like I've heard some of my colleagues talk about how like some schools want to offer AP Psychology or AP Environmental Science or another AP that they don't have, and it's just not offered, or they don't have someone to teach it. Like, could we have a place in the center of the city where students could go to be able to have access to more coursework?
Yeah, I think that I love that idea personally, and I think you could put that together with programs of study connected like the way the ATCs are, and/or you could do a sort of virtual course hub or in person. Yeah,
okay.
And you could play around with times of day as long as the students aren't having to do double work, which often happens. For example, you know, dual enrollment in the afternoon is great, but often that's an extra and conflicts with other things.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you all for your testimony. I think one thing for us to think about as we move through, the rest of tonight, especially hearing from more teachers as well, is like the trade-offs and the reality of expanding creativity and to what extent that will just mean that less teachers are hired, less courses are offered. If we keep providing more substitutions, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, but it's hard for me to imagine DC right now in that situation that you mentioned in Virginia, in which a student couldn't go to school 5 days a week from noon to 6 or whatever times you mentioned, because we have too rigid of a system for what classes students need to take.
Students did it at HD Woodson, so I'm still just confused by all this. Like, it was happening.
Vice President Williams. Excuse me, Vice President Goulet.
I want to echo what everybody else has said to thank you all for your service on this task force. I appreciate the amount of time you put into it, and I also agree with what Ms. Fuchs said about us then taking this opportunity to make sure that we use our limited authority to try to get this right, and that'll be what my questions are about today. There was an interesting discussion, I think, back and forth with people with different perspectives on this. Ms. Fuchs, do you feel like, I know you talked about the testing, and I'm concerned about that too, about just saying that a student has mastered something but then not really having done so, like for science, social studies, math, English language arts. How about for the foreign language though? Because there I see, that's a little bit unique where having a opportunity to get competency-based credits there would open up opportunities if a student really is fluent in a language to do something else. Do you oppose it there too, or just in those other subjects?
We're mostly a fan of testing in, so like testing into a higher level. Obviously,
Right,
they are
yeah.
fluent, maybe taking a different language, getting to have a third one.
Yeah.
I think we double up on English and math because we're obsessed with testing. Stop doing that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why do we keep taking away kind of these opportunities, and then we insist on doing like extra test prep, giving them an SAT class, giving them 2 SAT classes? Like, we're obsessed with trying to get them to do well on a test. They then double up on English and math over and over and over and over again, and then we wonder why they don't have room. Except that even at H.D. Woodson, they still had room. They were doing internships. They were leaving my class at 2 o'clock because they wanted to take AP, and it was at 4th period. Anyways, like, it happens. Students get to do it. I get there are times where they can't, but like the idea that we're so constrained that we can't do anything, I'm just not seeing it. Like, it's not reality.
I agree, and when I look at, adding these new things, I have concerns about the capstone project, the career prep course. I mean, financial literacy, I feel, could be beneficial, but I wouldn't want to see something where there's a specific course in financial literacy required, but you can't take AP economics as a substitute. Like, so something like that, I don't want to see standards reduced in the core subjects, but then, because we want to have flexibility, like you're discussing. But then if we're adding a bunch of new things that then take away students' time, I think that kind of then creates a higher hurdle then to flexibility. So I just look forward to working with each of you, in the aftermath of this when the task force comes out, and I'll put together kind of a side-by-side of where these issues are. And I just want to thank you. I can't wait to see what you come up with for your final recommendations, and then look forward to working with you on kind of figuring out how we get to the finish line. So thank you all.
President Patterson.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to keep doing this until somebody can give me some answers on this particular one, okay? So people are going to hear this over and over again, because these are the policy center's figures, not mine. 79% graduation rate was recently stated. 16% college career ready. That's 63% that are not ready to graduate. Add that 21% that does not even graduate at all or get a diploma. We're talking about 84% of our children that come through our school system. 4 or 5 that are not proficient and truly ready to graduate. So my questions after we've done this exercise, does this move us any closer to closing, going to growth, to proficiency? I would love to hear from each one of you what your opinion is if what we're doing right here now, if it moves us any closer to proficiency. I'll start with you, Ms. Barachi.
Sure. So I would start by saying that not everything obviously can be achieved just through the graduation requirements, and there's so much that needs to happen in order to get to the point where students are ready for the next steps after high school. I think what I would say right now is the current proposal I don't think is going to be able to move the needle enough to really close that gap. And so I think it's a combination of making the requirements bring a vision to life of what we want to offer our students and what experience we want them to have in order to make sure they're truly ready for what's next.
I'd say for the large part, no. And also I do question why we're even doing it when even by OSCE's own survey, no recommendation for changes got over 50% of what people wanted, which to me suggests they didn't actually want any of the changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dennis?
Would you mind coming back to me? I just need one additional second.
All right, sure. Ms. Bostine?
So I agree with Tanya that I think at the end of the day, it's about what this unlocks and the implementation. So I think if we can use, and there are a lot of proposals in here that actually get to flexibility that maintains standards. So I'll go with the flexibility with rigor, keeping it with rigor. I think there, then yes, because to your point, we know what works. We know early college works. We know CTE works. There's a lot of intuitive things too, project-based learning, hands-on, different things are gonna work for different kids. We have to get to more of that if we're gonna change those numbers. And so I would go with the evidence base and then things that we wanna try in DC to be on the forefront. And so I think some of the proposals really help get at that, but a lot will depend on the implementation.
Thank you. Ms. Dennis, you got 13 seconds.
Okay, well, I will keep it brief. I agree with what was just said. My answer is perhaps. It's not a yes or no answer.
Okay.
And I believe truly that charters need more flexibility and resources to ensure that they can properly implement these recommendations. I think there are certain barriers that could exist that could impact students being able to reach proficiency, and so we need to ensure that we are properly setting up charters for success with all of the necessary resources. I know I'm past time.
Yes.
To make sure that they can thoroughly support their students.
Thank you. All right. I want to thank all the panelists for your honest, candid answers. I want to thank you guys for working so diligently on the task force. I know none of this is easy. I know, as one of our chairs said, Mr. Henderson, there's a lot of discussions, sometimes passionate and intense. But that's how we continue to serve our students and our families, and I think we're getting there. Even if I ask that question, I think we are moving in the right direction, and I appreciate your time. You guys are excused as a panel. At this time, the State Board will adjourn for a quick break before we welcome back our public witnesses. Members, please return at, it is 6:43 right now. I would like to see you, I'm going to give it 7 minutes, at 6:50, so 7-minute break real quick. I'm going to ask members to start making their way back to the dais so I can gavel us in. I want to be conscious of everybody's time, especially these young students who probably don't want to be with us all night hearing this stuff and would rather be at home playing. So if, if everyone could make their way back to the dais.
Here we go, part two.
There we go.
Your question was great at the end. That's
Thank you, sir.
it's just
That's what we're all working for. What do we? Again, move back to the dais if you have a seat up here. I love the smiles and the conversations, but I am gaveling us in. Vice President, make your way on up, sir. Mr. Goulet. We hear testimony from public witnesses at every public meeting, and your comments become part of the official record. If you would like to speak at a future public meeting, please sign up using the form or our website at sboe.dc.gov. Sign-up closes 48 hours before the public meeting. We have 25 public witnesses who have signed up to share this evening. Members, there are also several written testimonies available on Dropbox and in your materials. As a reminder, all public witnesses must share a copy of your testimony with our staff at sboe@dc.gov so we can add it to the public record. We will hear from those in attendance in a panel format. Each witness will have up to 3 minutes to provide comments. If you are with us in person, please note that you have to use one of the microphones at the table, which are already on. The timer light on the table will be green for the first 2.5 minutes, yellow for the last 30 seconds, and red after 3 minutes have elapsed. After the panel, we will pause for questions from the State Board members. Each member, again, can ask questions. They have up to 3 minutes. The 3 minutes include their question and comments and the panelist's answer. Executive Director Butler will call the public witnesses. She will also assist with timing to ensure our witnesses and members stay within the allotted 3-minute time. Director Butler, please call the first round of public witnesses.
Thank you. Quinae Briscoe. David Trudeau. Laura Fuchs. Noah Doherty. Tiffany L. Brown. Sally Swartz. Oh, there's supposed to be one other person. That was not the plan. Okay. Well, we will start at this end and work our way down. There's a timer. When you see the red light, please, yes, please stop. You can go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany L. Brown. I come before you today as someone who has served in many roles. Currently, I'm the Secretary of the Washington Teachers Union, representing 6,000 educators, members of the Community Activation Cohort of Elect Ed DC, and a former ANC Commissioner serving the Hillcrest community for 10 years. I'm also a 28-year veteran DCPS teacher, LSAT member since 2011, serving as chair for one LSAT for 10 years, but my greatest and most important role is as a DCPS parent. My son, a graduate of Ron Brown Preparatory High School, who is now a freshman at Morgan State University, and my daughter, who is a graduating senior at Benjamin Banneker High School. I am here today to speak about the proposed revisions to the DC graduation requirements. I come to you not just as with professional concerns, but with personal urgency because these decisions are not abstract to me. They directly impact the students I teach as well as the students across the districts. Families trust us to prepare their children for the future, and this trust is not lost on me. Let me be clear, we all want more students to graduate, but we should not confuse higher graduation rates with better outcomes. If we lower the bar, we may increase the number of diplomas, but we risk decreasing their value. As it stands now, there is an attack on public education from the White House, and we don't want the State Board of Education to contribute to the problem. As a special education teacher, I see every day how much students need strong, consistent instruction, especially in core subjects. These are not just credits to check off. These are where students learn how to think critically, evaluate information, and understand the world around them. At a time when misinformation is everywhere, reducing these requirements is not just concerning, it can be dangerous. As my students matriculate, they need more opportunities to learn deeply, not fewer. As a parent of a graduating senior, I also know how important it is for students to be fully prepared for what comes next. College professors and employers are not lowering their expectations, so why would we lower ours? A child's diploma should represent readiness, not just completion. I also strongly oppose test-out options. School is just not a place about passing a test. It is about engaging in discussions, learning from peers, building relationships, and developing social skills that cannot be measured on an exam. When we allow students to test out, we send a message that those experiences do not matter, and they absolutely do. I am also concerned about the course substitution. World language is not just about vocabulary, it's about culture, communication, and global awareness. As a parent of a junior Olympian, I know the value of sports, but it does not and cannot substitute the lessons taught and learned in a physical education classroom. Physical education is not just about playing a sport, it's about health, wellness, and lifelong habits. When we substitute courses, we diminish their value and the role they play in developing the whole child. Let me tell you what I do support. I support thoughtful innovation. I support exploring diploma endorsements. I support creating pathways for special education students to earn a diploma. But these changes must be made with educators and families, not to them. Capstone projects, for example, sound promising, but they require real investment, training, time, and other additional staff.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. I tried.
Good evening. My name is Noah Doherty. I'm a Ward 2 resident and the Director of School Talent and Academic Strategy at the DC Charter School Alliance. First, I want to thank Representatives Thompson and Henderson for their leadership on the task force. We see the effort and care you bring to ensure all voices are heard, that differing perspectives are respected, that alternatives are considered, and that decisions are grounded in what's best for students. In March, a key question was raised about the challenges driving our recommendation for greater flexibility in the proposed graduation requirements. I focused on the challenges for LEAs, namely time, talent, and resources, issues public charter schools are particularly concerned about because we are already inequitably funded, and the current proposed budget would increase that disparity, funding DCPS schools almost $2,000 more per student than public charter schools. Tonight, however, I want to focus on how critically important flexibility is for students. First, flexibility is grounded in creating more rigorous opportunities for students. Flexibility is why public charter high schools in DC can offer music and Chinese, applied computer science, underwater robotics, digital video production, practicum and hospital services, and the history of hip-hop. Second, flexibility in credits makes the biggest difference for students who are struggling to graduate. When a student is struggling to graduate, every credit matters. And for these students, required courses are prioritized over the elective courses that often interest them more and are better aligned to their post-secondary plans. When a student has to retake one of these courses, one or more of these courses, flexibility can determine which elective courses they can take or whether they can graduate on time or at all, because there is only so much real estate in a schedule and only so many times particular courses can be offered. Flexibility is critical when a student already has a reading or math intervention class as part of their IEP, and adding in a retake course can come at the expense of an elective course. Flexibility is critical for students in CTE programs, like at an ATC or in an NAF pathway, which can require up to 2 credits a year. Retaking a course can disrupt or derail that progress. Adding specific required courses like financial literacy or career preparation, which can only be offered infrequently due to staffing constraints, further challenges students trying to graduate. And this challenge is also experienced by our students seeking admission to the most competitive colleges in the country. Because if the required course conflicts with another infrequently offered elective, like law firm lab or post-AP multivariable calculus, the required credit comes at the expense of that elective. And a lack of flexibility can create a scenario where a student who is struggling to graduate looks at their schedule and realizes there is no way to graduate on time. We all know that a high school diploma is not enough to ensure our students can pursue the kinds of success they deserve, but we have talked less about how extraordinarily critical having a high school diploma is to even begin pursuing success. I was a teacher for 8 years, and I can see how every proposed requirement could potentially benefit my former students, but I can also see how they create an obstacle for students I taught who are struggling to graduate. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
All right, I'm testifying in my personal capacity, and I'm going rogue about artificial intelligence. So I am highly concerned by this proposed, resolution, and I'm certainly not alone. So while I'm not speaking for the W2 in this moment, there are plenty of people who know exactly where I stand and agree with me in the W2, and it will soon be our stance. One, environmental concerns and social justice. AI is an environmental disaster, and it exacerbates the already incredible inequities when it comes to environmental racism in this country. And the idea that we would continue to promote it and allow it to infect our school systems is outrageous and harms the very students that we claim to serve. From data centers to any energy consumption, it is a problem. And the idea that we would allow unfettered access into our schools without really understanding the laws, because there are basically none protecting us from them, is irresponsible. This unfettered capitalism that is only in private hands and is a race to the bottom of who can get the greatest lion's share of the market and then sell that data, and they will sell that data because every company, including Google, who I know is already my lord and master because I got Gmail, they sell our data, right? They got sued because they lied and claimed incognito hid things, and they didn't. They took the data and they sold it. You think these AI companies are telling us the truth when they say it's not going to be a FERPA violation? Come on now. They are lying. They have a history of lying, and they don't have any laws that actually block them from doing what they're going to do. So the idea that we would allow our students to have data go into that, and that we're actually going to pay $600 million to Microsoft Copilot in order to steal that data, I don't think so, man. It's wrong. IP violations up the wazoo. These are not learning modules. They are fancy social media that is designed to keep you addicted to it. This has been proven time and again in order to get your eyeballs on the screen, to get more of your data, to then sell it. It is fancy Facebook. That is what it is. And so we've got to not allow it to come into our classrooms unfettered without laws on the books federally. And until that happens, we need to be careful about it. We're also very worried about our intellectual property. It will steal it from our teachers. The use of AI is probably, already linked to poor educational outcomes. It was just starting in my classroom when I was there, and I just had to beg my students not to use it. The emotional damage that we're seeing, these are very evil companies, again, who the computer will just tell you what you want to hear, including, unfortunately, if you want to commit self-harm. And so we cannot push this right now. It is unacceptable, and the way this resolution was written is way too flowery language, as if this is the beginning of a new thing. No. Say no.
Good evening. My name is David Tregot. I'm a Ward 4 resident and the director of the Washington Urban Debate League, which is one of the city's largest out-of-school time providers. We serve students at more than 75 DCPS and DC charter schools. As we talk about graduation requirements tonight, I am here to ask the State Board to expand opportunities for students to earn credit towards their transcripts, in addition to the proposals before us today. The buzzword of the night seems to be flexibility, and the economy and future job market is changing rapidly, demanding more and more of that of our future graduates. The credentials that school districts offer young people, therefore, must grow with the times as well. Students need credits for baseline knowledge in English, math, social studies, etc., and these are certainly necessary skills, but in a globalized, fast-moving, and increasingly digital economy, AI notwithstanding, This skill building must go beyond the fundamentals and allow students to document and get credit for their talents beyond the fundamentals. Many students are fluent in foreign languages, computer coding skills, advanced communication and research skills, such as the debaters I work with, or other talents that are highly marketable, not only to colleges who are seeking to better understand the holistic talents of their applicants, but for the job market as a whole. In many cases, the skill building takes place in addition to the learning that happens in the four walls of the classroom, but students have no way for this growth to appear on their transcripts. Credentials would not only make our students more competitive, but also help differentiate them. If you have two high school graduates applying for the same job with roughly similar grades, how do you tell them apart? One could have 3 credentials showing extra skills they picked up through rigorous programs around and beyond their legally required education, while the other did the bare minimum. In the status quo, you can't tell the difference, especially with any confidence that activities listed on a resume were rigorous, skill building, or exist. I am an SYEP and SYIP host and routinely hire interns and recent college graduates for part and full-time work. I've seen wild inflation of skills and titles by high school and college students. This behavior is understandable when applicants are desperate for an opportunity in an economy that seems rigged against them. Providing additional credits or credentials through official channels would cut through this nonsense and let students actually prove their worth instead of just shuffle and bloviate. Later this evening, you'll hear from some coaches and students of the organization I run, the Washington Urban Debate League. They'll share their experience in the program, detail some of the rigor and investment they make in non-traditional learning environments. This is just one of a number of programs whose rigor and depth lend itself to credentials or credits beyond the classroom, where students develop skills that are clear, marketable, and above the classroom. Therefore, I advocate the board to create a process for organizations that run rigorous college and career-oriented programs.
Trigo.
Thank you.
Sally Sports.
This is not going to move.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sally Schwartz. I am representing Globalized DC, a local nonprofit that works to increase access for DC public school students to global education and language learning. I'm here to address DC's new high school graduation requirements. I am a huge believer in OSSE's stated goal to create more space for students to pursue their individual interests, to be exposed to career opportunities, and to gain real-world experience while still in high school. We are well into the 21st century. We live in a city rich with opportunity and educational resources, and we absolutely need to do more to allow students to connect with the extensive learning opportunities that sit outside the four walls of their individual schools. To this end, we are urging the inclusion of 2 new targeted credit flexibility policies as part of the new graduation requirements that together will help promote choice, access, and equity. I have previously spoken here about one of the policies, competency-based credit for world languages. Tonight, I'm focusing on a second policy proposal that would allow outside providers, like Washington Urban Debate League, and other after-school programs, museums, universities, to be approved for awarding elective credit in social studies or other subjects. Students across the city participate in a range of out-of-school activities in the global education, civic education, arts, and humanities space that I work in. Many of these programs, including our own, are academically rich, experiential, career-connected, and offer content not available in schools. This policy would address programs that are not part of dual enrollment and do not fit within established CTE programs. OSSE's current credit flexibility waiver application process for LEAs does not apply. This is a gap that needs to be addressed. With such a policy in place, student work in these programs could be recognized on their report cards. Even more important in the long run, we would have a real policy mechanism for creating more out-of-school 4-credit options for students to pursue their individual interests and passions. If you look at social studies electives taught in our public schools, not only will you see huge inequities across schools, but also the narrowness of elective offerings across the board. The availability of globally focused elective social studies options, something that is very important to my work, is very sparse. It's kind of unbelievable. We need to do much better for our children, and we can, by creating access to more options for students outside their home schools. Credit flexibility is the way to make this work. This is in no way to
Thank you so
supplant
much,
or subvert
Ms. Schwartz.
what goes on in schools. Thank you.
We will now head to a round of questions, and we'll start with Ms. Representative Mozumdar.
Thank you all so much for your testimony and lifting up these important issues to the State Board today and for spending your evening with us. I'm going to start with David. I want to say, first of all, thank you for all the work you do with the Washington Urban Debate League. I wouldn't be here today without everything I've learned as being a debater. And I also want to say thank you to Ms. Schwartz, both of you, for providing these important out-of-school time, all of these initiatives that help students tremendously, I know, because I've benefited from them. And I think it is very important to have this work recognized on transcripts and on report cards because, like you said, this is what will differentiate us from other students who haven't done the same sort of work outside of the mandatory regular hours that we have in the credits. To Mr. Doherty, I wanted to know how you think we should be balancing flexibility, rigor, and also career and just further life preparation. I know you think that financial literacy credits could take away from other electives and other things that we could be doing to increase the rigor of what we are learning. But I know firsthand, like I'm thinking about college preparation, one of the things I'm dealing with is financial literacy and learning all of these things that weren't really covered in class. So I want to know how you think we should be striking that balance in schools.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it really comes down to scheduling flexibility. There are only so many times that you can take a course or that a course can be offered. And so the more flexibility that students have in the courses they take, actually the more opportunities I think they have to take CTE courses, to take AP courses, because there's fewer opportunities that a required course is going to conflict with that other course that they want to take that's more aligned to their interests, more aligned to their post-secondary plans. And I think to the piece around financial literacy, we are strong advocates that financial literacy be allowed to be incorporated into existing classes. One of the examples we hear the most from public charter schools right now is that they make sure that they teach the standard when it is going to be most relevant to the student at that point in their life. So they talk about student loans in 12th grade right before students are about to take out student loans.
Yeah, so actually on that, could you expand upon where, in like what existing classes that students are being taught about things like student loans? Like would that be in like an AP Econ class or like a college preparatory class? Like what would that look like?
Definitely student loans is where we are finding are happening more in like the college preparatory classes or the career preparatory classes. We are seeing financial literacy standards being incorporated into math classes, into economics classes, into business classes, into advisory classes, or advisory sessions, I should say, that occur over the course of a student's high school career. I think those are where we find them the most. Thank you.
And to President Fuchs, I was wondering, with your thoughts on AI, if you had more thoughts regarding specifically if you've looked over SRs 26-5 and 26-6 that we're talking about with AI that are on the table today.
I think my concern right now, right, is that pretty much any activity that we take is co-opted by corporations who seek to use their consultancy and their money to kind of drive the conversation. So like, it's not that we shouldn't be talking about it, but it does say there should be, you know, kind of collaboration around this and like standards. No.
Representative Chang.
Ms. Brown, nice to see you. I'm curious, as you've reflected on the current iteration of the high school graduation requirements, is it how you would have designed it? Before we change things, is this the ideal version that you would have designed?
So let me just say this. I'm not an expert on high school. I just have 2 kids that just went through high school.
Yeah.
So the requirements are what they are. I'm definitely an expert on elementary schools. If you ask me about elementary school or special education, I would lean more onto what the vice president of high school and WTU or what the high school teachers think is most appropriate. I would not be comfortable saying anything.
Okay. I think I understand. Thank you. Mr. Noah, thanks for your your testimony, and I'm curious if, as we've been having this broader conversation, you could speak to some of the tensions, actually, and how we kind of get past that in your mind. Yeah.
I definitely hear the tension. I think actually, Representative Williams, your way of thinking about it in terms of what are we trading off, like how are we balancing things? Required courses are very important. High school is a time when students need to be exposed to a wide range of things so they can understand what they are interested in, what they are not interested in, where their passions lie. So we're certainly not arguing against required courses, but we also believe that high school is a time when students can really begin to explore those interests and prepare for what they're going to do after high school. And we really strongly believe that the more flexibility we give a student in their schedule, the more opportunity we create for students to be as prepared as possible for success after that and to pursue those interests within that schedule.
Okay, thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Representative Colson.
Thank you all for your testimony. I think everyone made their stance very clear. I do not have any questions. I do want to say thank you for your work with the debate. Capitol Hill Montessori has been very happy, and we're going to beat your team next year.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you all. Ms. Brown, you were talking about lowering the bar, lowering standards. I want to ask specifically if you feel the same way about changing the community service hours from 100 to 60, or do you see that as separate?
No, I don't see that as separate. My child attends Banneker, and they have 11 hours to do.
Yeah.
My son, he graduated from Ron Brown. Their hours were reduced, and I didn't necessarily think that that was a good thing. I didn't think it was a good thing overall, even though we had the COVID era going on, so students weren't allowed to get, or weren't able to get as many hours, but I think that the community service hours should be in place. I don't think 100 hours over 4 years is too much.
All right, thank you. I'm a Banneker parent too, so I'm thinking about that big number. Ms. Fuchs, I'm also wary, skeptical, scared of AI, but also find that I'm using it whether I want to or not, because the Google search I did for 20 years is no longer the Google search, that same search now. And so while I hear your concerns, I feel like we need to address it. So like, I guess I'm asking if you see value in, because the status quo was it was being used in classrooms by teachers and students. Do you see value in parameters, guidelines, so on? Guardrails, thank you.
Yes, I do see value in guardrails. I think the way that this resolution was written, that's not what I saw. I saw like, how do we make it more possible and grease the wheels? That's how it reads. But maybe that's because I'm also reading it into like, this is Aussie, and I know who runs this district and what they're pushing, so like, I can't see it another way. But if it's more about guardrails, then sure. I did just really want to quickly say something about the flexibility piece, which is just if we didn't have so many small LEAs that couldn't offer very many classes because they don't have very many kids, then we wouldn't have this problem. It's not a graduation rate requirement. It's a problem. It is a way we are running this district problem. Thank you.
I'll say I don't think it's Aussie that's pushing this AI resolution. That's coming from us. But yeah, I guess that'll end it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Johnson-Law.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. Ms. Brown, always so good to see you. I am going to push back and challenge you a little bit. I think you are a subject matter expert for high school. You're just on the parent side of it, and we're not going to downplay the lived experience of any families on a panel or in this city. So I'm going to challenge you there. But I wanted to hear more, just sticking with you for a second, and then I want to go to Sally. You were talking about the world language. And so Sally knows this. We've been talking about this on the task force. Like, students with and without disabilities, sometimes, you know, it can be a barrier, right? And we're trying to figure out how do we get more of our students to be successful, especially our students with disabilities. Like, if you could like envision, if it's another course, like how can we meet our students where they are, but also, like you said, like really enrich them in, like, if it's different music, if it's culture, just kind of intrigued to, because you were talking about that, I want to hear more. And you can, the both of you can take, you and Sally can take the rest of my time.
Well, I'm going to defer to Sally. So what I think what I'm saying is that, you know, world language is more than just vocabulary or learning terms or learning phrases, that we need to come up with other ways and not replace the course with just someone, if they can just pass it through a test. And so that's what I would lean into.
Gotcha, and thank you. Sally, I'll give you the rest of the 1 minute and 30 seconds. I know we've been talking about it.
I just will say this, I'm not a language expert by any means, but I do think language education is going through changes, in part because of AI. There's some real challenges, and what I have heard is that there is more emphasis on the benefits of learning a language and not so much on the target of reaching a certain proficiency level. So I feel like there is a way to do, I agree with you that the culture, the global exposure is so important, and it may be the only current exposure that they get. It's important, so I want to preserve world language, but there may be ways to teach that doesn't focus on you have to reach a certain level, that there's so many cognitive benefits to learning a language that.
So like if a music class per se, let's say like a Latin music class, it's like it's teaching different languages, teaching different things. Do you think that could substitute for a world language?
I wouldn't say substitute for world language. I would say maybe teach,
enhance
world language in a different way, or I just think it's just an interesting moment in time where I think there is more flexibility because there are just a lot of issues with foreign language teaching right now.
Got it. Just thinking
I don't want to lose
flexible
the
ways to figure it out, to meet our, especially our East of the River students. And I'm out of time. Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Representative Thompson.
Good evening. I have a lot of different thoughts. I want to stay on this topic of flexibility because I'm hearing different, not arguments for, but I'm actually hearing different requests and hearing different tensions. I don't see course substitution as automatically the same as saying you can just test out of a class. I do recognize that we have certain flexibilities in DC, but it does not seem like we have good guidance or guardrails. Like, I think, so when I've been going down this rabbit hole on the high school graduation task force of like, what do we have there? We have certain LEAs who have asked for approval from OSSE to sub out some stuff. We don't have a lot of stuff. We now have a course, what is it? Course manual or something. I can't remember what we call it. A course catalog. We didn't have that before. We don't really have a great inventory of what is offered. And so whether we're talking about the financial literacy requirement and what schools are doing to meet and provide for the financial literacy standards in school time, or we're talking about, Mr. Trudeau, something out of school time, I think my concern is how do we decide what is good enough to substitute if it's not the exact course, right? And so I would like to hear some thoughts on that, because that's essentially what we're saying. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but I do want us to think about what were our standards, like what will our criteria be for that? What makes something a robust enough learning experience?
Again, I'll project. I can touch on that for a second. I think that at least when I think about this question, I think about it as an and, not as an or. I think that our young people are doing a lot of very interesting things beyond the classroom, and it's a question of getting credit for what they already do. My memory escapes me of the exact number of school days DCPS has, for example, but I know that Satara has done 3 times that number of hours working on debate this year alone. And there are hundreds of other students doing debate and other skills. So I don't know if this is a or, I think it's a question of and, in terms of building what can be possible and reflected on the transcript instead of what those minimum floor requirements might be.
Thank you. Representative Williams.
Yes, thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Fuchs, I want to start with you. So I just reread both of the AI resolutions, and I was also at the Student Advisory Committee meeting when they voted down both of them because of concerns around lack of clarity around implementation and guardrails. Yet I do think that we need to move forward in a thoughtful way with how we prepare educators, how we use and don't use AI in classrooms, because I don't think we can avoid, right, this change that's happening. I'm curious, in terms of the things we can control, right, what are the things that you would like to see us prioritize to make sure that we implement AI thoughtfully?
I mean, one, we shouldn't be calling it AI. That's not what this is. It's a language learning module, right? It is a chatbot. So, like, we have to be, like, realistic. We can't keep, like, feeding into, I think, the narrative that, one, it's inevitable, and, like, 2, that we have to use it, and 3, it's going to revolutionize things. How many bubbles have we been through just in our short lifetimes that were not inevitable, that crashed and burned miraculously, right? Like, I've lived through them several times in the tech and, like, real estate cycles, right? Like, to me, this is just capitalism doing what it does. It goes boop, 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 and it bursts, right? Because it's built on a tower of lies. That's always what this does. Look at 1929. Like, I mean, like, I'm sorry, but, like, I'm a history teacher. I look at this, and it's just clear as day to me that this is just, once again, a capitalist lie bubble that will burst in our faces, and they're going to run off with a lot of data. And so I think we just got to be super careful about it. And, like, yeah, talk about it, but, like, honestly, I'd be talking about how to get it out of there as much as possible.
Okay, that gives me a different perspective to consider, so thank you. Yeah, I have 2 other questions. I guess for 30 seconds each with Mr. Trigo and Ms. Schwartz, just like, what are your concrete asks, I think, with regards to, because I have a student, and I guess I'm taking up some of your time, so I'm sorry for giving you 20 seconds, but, like, I believe in the Washington Urban Debate League. I have a student who, like, had incredible experiences with your programs, multiple students, and the skills they gained were incredible. But what concretely do you want to see change?
I think it would be cool if you could get a elective credit added to your transcript if you meet certain benchmarks of achievement through the program. Elective credits, just like colleges give out micro-credentials, but, you know, for younger people.
Thank you. Ms. Schwartz, do you have anything to add in 12 seconds?
Yes. Just to be clear, we have students who are, some students are getting credit and some students are not, because some LEAs award credits. I just want an application process where a nonprofit can say, this is what we do, answer the questions that OSSI might provide, and some get approved to award credit.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Vice President Goulet.
I want to thank you all for your testimony. A lot of different subjects, a lot of interesting subjects. I think what I want to see us get out of this is for a diploma, if a student is awarded a high school diploma in DC, for it to take a student on one of 3 tracks, that student is ready to either go to a 4-year university because they have the skills for that. Second, that they may not be ready for that, but they're ready for our 2-year college, that they may have a few things they need to work on, but they're ready for that. Or 3, that they have taken a track that has them ready for a career that's going to pay a living wage. So I think if they haven't achieved one of those 3 metrics, they shouldn't be getting the diploma. And I think that's one thing that we've got to think about through this, and I think it's something that every time Ms. Fuchs raises it concerns me, is just trying to give a student a test to then say, oh, they did it, you know, even though they failed the class the first time. So I think we got to be really rigorous through this to make sure that a high school diploma means we've set a student up for success. I'm just interested to continue working on the issue that you have championed, Ms. Schwartz, about the languages. I think there's a lot of options there, and I think, earlier, we've had a lot of debate about, not just taking courses out and testing out, but I think really with language, we have the ability to do that because you give a student an option to take a higher level of language or perhaps to even take another language. So let's say that they are fluent in Spanish, maybe they can take Russian or something of that nature. So I'm supportive there. On the physical education side, I know you also raised that as a concern. I mean, I think phys ed has an advantage in the younger grades, but when you get to high school and you really do have these precious limited slots for internship opportunities, and I think, as you mentioned, potentially conflicts with AP courses. I mean, that's one area I could see where if you have a varsity athlete, maybe a study period would be beneficial, and you could have competency-based credit for phys ed in high school because you're playing a varsity sport, but you just need time to get your work done during the school day, or you want to take an elective that's really exciting. So I think the number one thing I want to do is try to balance this in a way where we're not lowering standards, but we are creating flexibility for students to have options to take unique courses that are going to be very special to them. Because with chronic absenteeism the way it is right now, we want our students to be excited about going into school, having the flexibility to pursue what they want, but making sure we're not lowering the bar in the process. So I'll look forward to working with all of you. Thanks for coming in today, and we'll have a lot of conversations leading up to this. So thank you.
President Patterson.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for this particular panel, for coming out and giving us some great comments. President Fuchs, I want to speak with you because I'm literally sitting here with the resolution. I'm sorry, I don't have another nomenclature of AI. I guess what I'm trying to get to, and I appreciate my colleague Mr. Williams's question and the answer you gave him, but I'm trying to get to is how would you see us addressing this issue? I know you said we have to stop talking about it as it's inevitable, but how would you see our role in this particular thing? I won't say AI. What would you see our role in doing it? How do we address it, specifically since I have this resolution in front of me?
Yeah, I mean, like a resolution, it's kind of neither here nor there. I guess it's just, we want to make sure like the framing of it is, I think, one that comes from skepticism of like what it could provide, of like, I mean, I see here like it mentions like, the issues of environmental justice, but honestly, like every time it gets used, like people's water's disappearing, right? Like it's kind of that simple, like an equation. So I think we just have to, however it's going to get approached, if it is, like, I guess I worry, one, about the DME being involved in any of this with the mayor. So it maybe be more that, like, it should be first, like, a group of people who are talking about it and sharing their different perspectives, and the industry should not be allowed inside of that space because they are paid to push things. And there's a lot of people in this district government that are currently getting paid to push things, and like these bega like complaints do not do anything but a slap on the wrist, so they keep going hard. Yeah, so I think it's just, whatever you choose to do, like pass it, don't pass it, but like just be incredibly cautious because this is a lot of money, right? It's starting to fall apart already. And we don't want to like just kind of spend all this time trying to like basically pump up another tech bubble.
Okay, and I can appreciate that. I remember the housing bubble and everything like that bust and everything. I just want to make sure that we as state board representatives are at least trying to address the issue as it comes at us and be fair about it and put some parameters around it. As best we possibly can, and that was the rationale behind my question, because I do believe that because it is so much into our environment, we need to do something to address it. So I'll leave it there, and I'll just say thank you for this panel. Director Butler.
Thank you all for your testimony this evening. We will now go to our next round of public witnesses. Jessica Giles, Robert Allen, Will Needy, Dylan Craig, are you Will?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay, I marked you not in. Dieter Leah Morales. We will start on this end with Ms. Giles.
It's very toasty in here. Greetings, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and Executive Director of the Washington, D.C. office of the Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. CSPS is an organization committed to ensuring that every student, especially Black, brown, and low-income kids, attends a high-quality public school regardless of their zip code. Today I'm testifying about the graduation requirements. We believe that all students, no matter their background, can achieve academically, graduate, and earn a degree or credential. It's up to the adults to figure out how. As we figure out the how, it's clear that the current graduation requirements need to change. Yes, we're graduating more students, but DC is producing too few degrees, too few credentials, too many disconnected young people, and a workforce system that leaves native Washingtonians locked out of living wage careers. I just saw an article with Glassdoor Redfin that ranks Washington, D.C. the best city for new grads. But who are those jobs for? Most available jobs require post-secondary education, but only 16% of D.C. students meet the SAT College Career Ready benchmark, and only 18% of 2011-2012 ninth graders had completed a degree by 2022. DC must dramatically expand access to intensive high-quality career programming to ensure every high school student, not just older students or a limited few, has meaningful career-building opportunities before graduation. Early data from the Education Through Employment Data System, DC Alumni Early Career Outcomes Survey, finds that students who participate in multiple layered career-focused experiences during high school are more prepared to navigate post-secondary decisions and identify pathways aligned to their interests, especially for Black and Hispanic students. Thankfully, Democratic voters support this common sense approach. CSPS Action Fund's nonpartisan, nonprofit affiliate, Center for Strong Public Schools, commissioned a poll through Survey USA that found that 88% of DC Democratic voters believe every high school student should have access to meaningful, career-connected learning experiences before graduation. But in order for every high school student to have these experiences, DC's graduation requirements must allow for greater flexibility. What does that look like? It means students can earn a diploma through multiple rigorous pathways. It ensures that they are able to demonstrate mastery through academics, have expanded course equivalency offerings, receive career-connected learning experiences, and gain real-world experience as well, all at a pace that meets their needs. According to the DC Policy Center, providers of career asset building opportunities have said the greatest barriers to participation are a lack of awareness of existing college and work-based learning opportunities and a lack of time in young people's schedules. So, in conclusion, with few targeted changes, the graduation requirements can remain rigorous while allowing for greater flexibility for schedules. I look forward to working with each of you to ensure every student attends a strong public school.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Robert Allen, and I'm here in strong support of financial literacy graduation requirement. I didn't receive financial education in school, and I felt the impact of that. Entering adulthood without those skills puts students at a disadvantage. We're forced to learn through mistakes instead of preparation. I remember asking how what we were learning in school applied to real life and not getting clear answers. At the same time, we weren't being taught the skills we were actually going to need. As students balancing school, jobs, and responsibilities, we don't always have time or guidance to teach ourselves financial literacy. Managing money for the first time can be overwhelming, and that uncertainty creates fear, but it doesn't have to. When I joined the financial empowerment program, everything changed. I went from just spending money to planning for my future. I became more intentional, more confident, and more in control. That's something every student deserves. And as an example, yesterday, I had a conversation with a friend who found out that their guardian did not put them as a dependent on their taxes, which allowed them to not be able to qualify for certain grants and scholarships so they could attend the college that they want to attend to. And they expressed to me, about their mental health struggles and how they already, for lack of a better term, don't want to be here, and how not being informed with proper financial education and having these things like taxes and credit and not knowing how to manage money, just makes it more enticing to take themselves from this life. So for me, financial literacy isn't optional, it's essential, and I urge you to implement this requirement so DC students can graduate prepared and not guessing. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. I am Will Needy, the PE and health teacher, head coach of the track and field team, and assistant basketball coach at Garnett Patterson Stay, a member of the WTU, a Ward 3 resident, and DCPS high school graduate. I'm here to talk about playing a sport for PE credit. Ultimately, there are aspects of these proposed changes to figure out and questions to answer before I can endorse them. So before making a decision on whether to implement these changes, the concerns and questions need to be addressed. PE does not focus on one sport or activity. The focus of PE is on the development of physical and mental skills that prepare students for a sustainable lifetime. With these in mind, there are 4 standards for high school PE, which is in contrast to the amount of educational standards a sports team has. 0. There are no core educational standards for coaching sports in DCPS. As a PE teacher and coach of multiple DCI AA sports teams across 3 different schools over the past 5 years, there is much more autonomy for a coach to plan practices and what skills to emphasize than those of a PE teacher. The 4 standards for PE are focused on physical skills, strategies of movement within a performance, maintaining a health-enhancing level of physical activity and fitness, and increasing healthy social behavior. On its face, it may seem that playing for a sports team would check each box. However, there are much more to these standards. Each standard is broken down into substandards that create the outline for how PE is taught. With these standards in mind, the DCPS PE department created a set of cornerstones that are to be completed by the students to achieve these standards. These cornerstones dive much deeper into the standards to produce academic outcomes that promote sustainable lifestyles for all students. Playing on a sports team does not guarantee that any of these outcomes will be achieved. I would like to shift from these differences in the standards and curriculums to some additional thoughts and concerns I have. There is a lack of equity for students with IEPs that necessitate physical accommodations and modifications. This would not give an opportunity to students with physical disabilities. These proposed changes are not meant as a universal alternative for all students anyways, because it requires making a team, but it would give an advantage to students without disabilities. So in closing, I have some overarching questions that need to be answered for this change to be successful. The first one being, will there be a requirement for how many times a student must participate in order to receive credit? As the current attendance requirements are in place mainly for participation in the playoffs or championships for the sport, would there be a different policy for receiving course credit? And then lastly, would there be cornerstones similar to what is required in current PE courses? Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board of Education. I'm Dylan Craig, an English teacher at Garnett Patterson Stay, Vice President of High Schools on the WT Executive Board, and a Ward 4 resident. I will be testifying about OSCE's proposed graduation requirement revisions. Some of my feedback may be less relevant than others, as there's been limited public information regarding the evolution of these proposals, which, so close to a potential vote, is an issue in itself. First, exploring options to allow special education students to earn a diploma as opposed to a certification is a worthwhile exploration. Though OSCE and the State Board must ensure that educators and families are included in the decision-making around this, as I've heard concerns around the weight and transferability of certain credentials. Also, endorsement options for diplomas could provide some individualized pathways and incentives for students who have a strong idea of what they would like to pursue. If OSSE moves forward with endorsement on diplomas, again, students, family, and educators should be included in the plan for implementation. It would be important for the personnel in charge of the implementation to have the proper working conditions and professional development to be successful. Also, many students are unsure of their path or interests at a young age, and early tracking decisions for the sake of endorsements may put unnecessary pressure on students to decide early on when not prepared. 14 is the age for exploration, not forced commitment. Similarly, required capstone projects will be a significant lift to implement with fidelity. Educators who work at schools that already implement capstone projects for certain populations will tell you the lift it takes. Schools will require significant support to implement a capstone project for all students if we want it to be done with fidelity and equity for every student. Next, reducing core content course requirements will produce less qualified graduates into the workforce and to post-secondary educational opportunities. This may have been recognized to some extent as OSSE bumped social studies back to 4 credit hours from their initial proposal, but the reduction in science credits and lab requirements is incredibly concerning. While I'm not against financial literacy and career preparation, we are living in a time of crisis in historical understanding and scientific misinformation. Reducing core requirements will hurt our students' ability to navigate our increasingly complex information systems. This is also true of our cross-cultural understandings and ability to empathize with those of different backgrounds. Allowing course substitutions, such as computer science for world language, devalues the interpersonal cultural elements of the course. There are several other course substitution proposals, sports for PE or creative writing for English, most of which are not one-to-one substitutions and could create significant gaps in learning for students and graduates with wide disparities in critical thinking faculties. Beyond course substitutions, the proposal for testing out of courses is even more worrisome. Testing out of a course devalues the importance of in-class learning, discussion, and socializing, promoting a culture where class time is not seen as important or necessary. If a student comes to our class with a strong background on the topic already, it is our job to nurture that further and modify or extend projects accordingly so the student can still grow with their time with us. Also, any test-out option or credit reduction will reduce staffing in schools, as DCPS will only have to provide resources for the new minimum, taking away dedicated time and resources from students that will result in the loss of educational opportunities in all areas of the schools and disparities between schools. Finally, we are having these discussions when, again, we have yet to hear much about the data that is justifying why these changes are necessary, other than cause for choice and flexibility. We risk making changes for the sake of changes without the thoughtful analysis that students deserve. Thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you, Dylan. Good evening, members of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Dieter Lehman Morales, and I'm a 10th grade world history teacher at Columbia Heights Education Campus in Ward 1. I'm also a member of the executive board of the Washington Teachers Union and a Ward 1 ANC. And I'm here to talk about the graduation requirements. I'm going to be direct. These proposed changes lower expectations while claiming to raise outcomes, and that contradiction should concern all of us. If the goal is college and career readiness, then reducing what we require of students is the wrong direction. First, cutting credit hours, especially in science and social studies, is indefensible. There is no credible evidence that less instructional time produces better results. What it will produce is fewer course offerings, fewer teaching positions, and fewer opportunities for students, especially in schools that already have the least. Second, test-out options are a policy shortcut with real consequences. They devalue classroom learning, undermine school communities, and open the door to resource cuts. And right now, there is no clear, equitable framework for how these assessments would even work. We should not be building policy on that level of ambiguity. Third, these substitution proposals dilute core learning. A world language course is not interchangeable with computer science. Physical education is not interchangeable with playing a sport. These are fundamentally different educational experiences, and treating them as substitutes narrows what students receive. And beyond what we oppose, there's a deeper issue. This proposal asks schools to do more with less, and without a plan. Capstones and endorsements sound promising, but who is staffing them? Won't be the board, won't be OSSE. Who is training for them? Algebra 2 substitutions are being discussed without clear standards for rigor or alignment. Changes to the special education diploma are moving forward without sufficient engagement with the educators and families most affected. That is not thoughtful reform. That is shifting responsibility onto schools without providing the conditions for success. So let me be clear. You do not get better outcomes by lowering guarantees and increasing uncertainty. If DC wants a meaningful graduate profile, then invest in it. Don't hollow out the foundation underneath it. Reject credit reductions, reject test out provisions. Instead, demand clarity, equity, and real investment before moving forward. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you. We will begin with our next round of questions. Representative Mozamdar.
Thank you all so much for coming out here this evening and speaking to us and lifting up these important issues. I'm going to start with Mr. Allen. I want to say thank you for bringing up financial literacy and the importance of it. I think that when we're having these conversations about like flexibility versus rigor, we're putting education at odds with learning about and getting to do like rigorous opportunities. But I think it's important to ask ourselves, like, why do we want rigor in the first place, right? We want rigor so that our students are prepared for post-secondary opportunities such as like a four-year college program. And why do we want people in four-year college programs? Because a lot of jobs require a graduate degree, and a degree of any sort really. And what happens when you get that job, right? You're going to learn how to manage the income you get from it. And if you go all that way without any sort of financial literacy, you're going to get all the way there with all of these changes that we want and will not know what to do with it. And I think in that way, financial literacy is 100% essential, and we definitely need to have that in conversation, have a dedicated, structured time for students to learn about that so that they are fully prepared in every post-secondary opportunity that they decide to pursue. To Mr. Craig and Mr. Lemon-Morales, I want to say that I 100% agree with the big lift that things like capstone proposals will put on LEAs. I know my school in particular does a capstone project, and that in and of itself is a huge burden on the people facilitating it. It's a very large project in our school itself. Even the people who opt into it, it's a very small portion of our student population, and it still is a huge ask. And I think implementing these and forcing LEAs to adopt these programs without actually having the resources in the first place to do them will definitely be a massive strain. I don't have any further questions at this time, and I'd like to yield the rest of my time.
Representative Colson. Nope.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all so much for your testimony. Mr. Allen, I'm very proud of you for taking the initiative to understand finances. You're ahead of the game for some people, so keep going. My question for my teachers, my WTU members, what I heard is that most of you are not in support of changing the requirements. I understand that. Could you tell me what you believe is really working well, and if you could do something to strengthen it, to make it better for outcomes for our students, what would that be?
I think as opposed to, again, making reductions in things, I think we should, as it's been stated, work on strengthening the programmatic aspects of schools that we already have. I think one thing that...
be really specific for me, please.
Really specific on the spot is a bit challenging.
In your area of expertise.
For English, I would
Yes.
say more curricular resources, more resources that actually expand the program and curriculum. I hear a lot of challenges from teachers across the district about the resources that we have for our curriculum, as well as the resources that we have to implement some fantastic things that, again, I think that we all want to see with our students, and that's part of the push for these more flexible options through electives and things like that, that can be implemented within our core standards of our English classes and our other core standards as well. And I think building those out and building those resources could be a way to strengthen that without having to make reductions in other areas.
Okay, more resources. Thank you.
And I'll just chime in as a social studies teacher. I'll echo a lot of what President Fuchs said earlier. I think it's preposterous that in this moment in time in this country, we're even contemplating cutting back or rolling back social studies education in the city. I think if you want to strengthen that, we should be offering civics. The amount of problems that stem from the lack of civics education is mind-blowing. And I think if our school district, our schools, period, offered more civic education and more local history. You know, DC history is like a one-term class. That's insane. Like, I think if we want our students to really take pride in the place they live and really be equipped with the tools they need to change the city and make it better, then we need to offer them more civics education and more resources.
I mean, I can go for a second. So I teach BE, but I also teach health. And so something that I will say as far as kind of resources go is that, you know, each year central office gives out a lot of physical education equipment to make sure kind of everybody can reach the academic kind of outcomes and the standards. However, for health, it's a little bit trickier. There are not kind of resources that are provided to every school besides like standards. So with regards to that, there's no like physical tools or curriculum.
Thank you.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you all. Question about, for those of you who have mentioned lowering standards, asking about how you feel about the community service proposal in particular. I mean, I'm seeing reduction, like there's a proposed reduction in science credits and community service hours.
I mean, I guess, again, kind of my question is, why is it being proposed in the first place? What is the data and the justification of it? Because, I mean, my thought of reduction is, no, I don't think it would be purposeful, but I am assuming that there's some sort of data or rationale for the proposal, but I haven't quite heard that, and I hear you guys asking the same thing, so I'm assuming I would be against it just for the fact that it seems like we can't really justify the reduction at the moment.
Anyone else?
And I'll just add to that real quick, again, echoing my previous remarks, why in a moment like this in this country where we contemplating cutting back on community service, we should be educating our students to be more active in their communities instead of less. So like, I would not support any cut back on that.
Anyone else? All right, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. Mr. Will, I want to come to you. Can you go back to what you were saying about kiddos with disabilities? I was trying to figure it out, and I wanted to give you a moment to not.
Yeah, sure. So, let me make sure I have the right part here. So, without just rereading exactly what I said.
Yes, paraphrase for me.
Which I can definitely do. Making a sports team is not necessarily something that is accommodating or offers modifications for students with disabilities. And so if this is a route for obtaining a PE credit, like that kind of, I guess what I'm trying to surmise is another route for students that do not have disabilities.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
That makes sense. I'm just concerned about that because like whatever we create for non-disabled children, children with disabilities should have equitable and equal access to it. So whatever we think about, I would just, again, always encourage us to make sure we don't like leave them out. Because within the PE standards, as again we're looking at, there's also another set of standards specifically for kids with disabilities that we have to make sure we incorporate in our physical education standards. So when we're thinking about, again, programming or credits, our kiddos, there are many kids who have an IP who are on a diploma track. So we want to make sure that they have the same opportunity as well, just like we would want them to have opportunity to the general education classroom. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're on the same page.
Okay.
I think
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of my concerns with this as an opportunity. You know, playing for a sports team for PE credit does not, with kind of what I've seen so far, as far as what I've read, does not offer an equitable kind of path. So that is definitely one of my main concerns.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Jess, always great to see you. I appreciate you. And in the rest of my time, I just want to acknowledge one of our commissioners who's here from Ward 8, Commissioner Kendall Ridley. Love you so much and thank you for all you do. I yield the rest of my time. It's always nice to have Ward 8 in the house because sometimes we're always in Ward 8, so it's nice for us to be uptown and in more than one floor. So thank you, Commissioner. And again, thank you to the panel for everything you do. To all of our teachers, again, thank you. But just always remember, there are many students who are struggling. And so sometimes we're not trying to lower the ceiling, but raise the floor because there are many Black and brown children in Ward 8 who sometimes struggle with access to opportunity. Thanks.
Representative Thompson.
Okay, so I'll tell you my thoughts first, and then I'm going to ask a question that might not be related to that. My thoughts to the young man, and I apologize that I do not remember your name, who brought up financial literacy. I want you to know that you are. Say it.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen? Thank you. Hello, Mr. Allen. Nice to meet you. You are not the first person to come before us and say that there's value in a standalone course to financial literacy, and I will say the pattern with the folks who have come before us and said that is either they are current students or they are recent graduates. So I just want to acknowledge who we are hearing that from, and what the value is, and why folks are saying it's important, because it very much aligns to what you described to us. So I just want to validate that. I do have I don't have a question about it because it makes sense to me. I do have a question. So I am hearing a lot about competency-based substitutions, and saying we're going to do things outside of school. That is actually not something that's in the requirements proposal currently, and I am curious if you are responding to what you think might make it in there, or if there's something that you have seen that I have not seen that I don't know about. This is to my WTU friends.
Yeah, I'll go first. I graduated in 2020, and I'm currently in a pre-apprenticeship program for HVAC, and I still work closely with children. I help volunteer on the weekends for flag football, and I also have many friends who have children who come to me for tutoring and things like that. So I'm really still closely connected with
Mr. Allen,
yes.
I'm going to cut you off for 1 second because I'd love to talk to you about that after.
Yeah.
I'm actually asking a different question.
Oh.
When we're talking about substituting things like PE, like sports for PE, that is not currently in our proposal. Is it something that you are saying, and I hear that you're saying you don't want it, clear on that. I am not clear on what you all are responding to because it's not something that's currently proposed.
I do believe when this started, the ball started rolling on these proposals last year, the WT had a meeting with Aussie and I believe Dr. Mitchell with kind of an overview of some of the proposals. I do believe that was discussed at least briefly. I don't know if it made it into, again, it's been, besides the task force and whatnot, that's another kind of one of my worries and complaints is that we aren't really seeing the proposals fully, as close as it is to potentially being voted and implemented on. But I do believe that was part of the discussion at the very beginning, at the very least.
Representative Williams.
Yep. Thank you all for your testimony. So I think I do want to ground us in the proposal, like the current proposed revisions right now. So, Ms. Jaws, I'll start with you. So, I've taught at a couple expeditionary learning schools, and I'm fully on board with students experiencing real world learning, doing internships, making learning meaningful, not just inside the classroom. Based on what we have right now, are there any particular changes that you're recommending, or what are you okay or not okay with?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think the key word for me is adapting. Like, the world is changing around us, and we need to make sure that our students are prepared for...
But what does it look like, Yeah.
So we need to make sure that our kids are prepared after high school, and so that means creating more flexibility within the schedule for them to do apprenticeships, internships, make sure that they can do dual enrollment opportunities as well. And so a few of the recommendations I have is with the post-secondary plan, requiring 4 touch points with an advisor, and making sure that there is guidance about what those touch points should entail. In terms of the endorsement options, for the CTE and advanced coursework options, we recommend that the endorsements explicitly allow students to earn college credit and credentials. We see that there's random acts of dual enrollment so much in the city that where students get opportunities to be a part of those courses, but that doesn't translate necessarily into credits.
Are you okay generally with the core classes staying as they are in the proposal?
I do have a couple of tweaks because I do think that the number of electives should increase. And so looking for where there could be changes is Mr. Allen may be a little bit upset with me, but I do believe financial literacy is important, but I do think that can be built into other courses like math, economics, or existing courses.
I'm happy to talk with you more after too. I want to direct a couple questions to WU. Yeah, Mr. Morales, you don't have to convince me about the social studies and civics education, so I appreciate your passion and focus there. Yeah, Mr. Craig, I wanted to kind of touch it. So I know I've seen through the your committee, like the case by case on each of the issues. What's the biggest concern of the proposal of any particular of the items right now in the proposal? Is it the science or community engagement? I'm just trying to understand a particular issue.
I mean, the reduction of science is definitely one of the bigger ones. When you say community engagement, are you talking about the
community service hours?
Community service hours hasn't been a discussion as much. That's not to say members don't have feelings or thoughts on it. Again, I think it's seen as kind of right now without any justification on why it's lowering. It seems like another aspect.
Thank you.
Representative Chang.
Mr. Craig, you said something that I've just been thinking about as a broad question. It's a reflection more than a question at this point, which is navigating complex information systems, right? I mean, I think no one in this room would disagree that that's what we're up against. And I think my understanding of the debate right now that we're having as a back and forth tonight is what is the best way to do that, right? And I think, you know, what I just want to name is at least I would be so bold as to say that we actually all want that same goal, and we're trying to find the best way there for our students. And so just really appreciate everyone coming out and sharing your perspective on how we actually do that.
Vice President Goulart.
I want to thank everybody for coming out, and I agree with what you said there. I think for me on this, the standard is I definitely want to make sure we have the most qualified graduates. So anything that I'm looking at is through the lens of making sure that our graduate, we don't want to lower any standards, we don't want it to mean less, we want them to be able to succeed. But the other thing I want to make sure we do is, particularly in the junior and senior years, is give students flexibility to explore options. I think those are years where you really have to have a little bit more flexibility. So let me ask, was it Mr. Nettie or Needy? Am I pronouncing it correctly? Yeah, Needy. Needy. Mr. Needy, so I mean, I ran track through law school, actually. I enjoyed it. And I also think there's value to phys ed. But when you get to, and I don't think like if you're in junior high track, you should get out of phys ed, because there's valuable things to learn in phys ed, such as like obviously how to weight lift properly and safely, you know, basic health issues that you wouldn't get in a health class, you know, physical fitness for life. There's a lot of there. But when you get to those years, those junior and senior years, do you still oppose at that time, when you have a varsity athlete that, you know, with a lot of other demands on their life, that they be able to then, you know, at that point have a competency-based determination that they're ready to opt out of phys ed, or do you still oppose it at that point? Like junior and senior years, what I'm...
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think it kind of depends on what we want out of PE as kind of like a subject and a content area. You know, I mean, the main kind of difference is the kind of academic outcomes, right? And as valuable as the time of a junior and senior, or, you know, kind of whatever grade you may be in, playing a varsity sport is, I think just kind of before we go forward, it is necessary to kind of weigh what we feel is most important, whether it is academic outcomes or whether it is prioritizing other parts of a schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I'll go to then Commissioner Morales. Same question on the language issue is, if we have a student, let's say, that can test, you know, successfully through Spanish 1 and 2, and they want to take Spanish 3, because then they want to make sure they have time to take maybe other coursework or something, are you opposed to that? Like, should a student have to go through Spanish 1 and 2 if they're already proficient at that point?
Speaking from personal experience, no, I'm fluent in Spanish, and when I was in high school, I was able to, not opt out, I was able to take, you know, AP Spanish, the AP Spanish exam, just for credit, but I was, you know, I put myself into French. I took 3 years of French in high school because I already knew the language. Why put myself through that? So no, I think if students can show that proficiency, then they should be able to in your words, test out of it or opt out of it, and then be placed into a different class that will actually challenge them more.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you. That answers my question. I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
President Patterson.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Before I start asking my question, I just want to say I'm truly enjoying the joy that's happening behind us with our two students that are here. It's just fun to watch from my perspective up here. I'm really enjoying it. But on to some of the questions I do have. Mr. Allen, I thank you for coming here to talk about financial literacy. I think what you exhibited and expressed is what we had in mind when we first started talking about financial literacy as a whole. I know I have two high schoolers, and I know how important it is, and I'm trying to teach them about credit and different things like that, and how important it is for them to understand it, especially now that you have these things like green cards that you can give your children, that all of a sudden they have money, credit cards and things like that before they even graduate from high school. So thank you for your testimony. Then I want to turn to you, Ms. Giles, for the simple fact that about a year ago I said a term that you mentioned in your testimony. You said quality education. And I mentioned that when I was talking about quality education as a civil rights. So I want to ask you this particular question because I know how long you've been working in education. Can you give me from just your perspective, I'm not asking you to define it because people get all upset when you try to define it, so to speak. But from your perspective, as we think about these graduation requirements, what are the components that make up a quality education?
In the graduation requirements or
Yeah.
just general?
In general, we'll do general.
That's easier. When I think about a quality education, we talk about it in terms of like ensuring that we have strong public schools. These are schools that are accountable to families, that they are equitably funded, and that they're innovative to support student success. And so that looks like many different things. It means ensuring that our students are meeting expectations in their grade and that they're prepared for what comes next after high school. So that's how we look at a quality education.
And with my last minute, how do we hold people accountable to provide that quality education would be the last part that I would ask you.
Lots of different answers to that, but I would definitely say we have to make sure that students' attendance, their coursework, and their test scores are immediately provided to families. Right now we have the DC CAPE scores, for example. Students take it in the spring and then families sometimes don't see those results until October. I don't think that that's making sure that we're ensuring that families have the information they need to take action to support their students. And so we need to ensure that we're continuing to make information transparent and available to families and to students.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for the panel. Director Butler, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you all for your testimony this evening. We will now go to our next panel of public witnesses. Armand Cervantes. Armand. No? Okay. Alexandria Sabana. Yoing. Kebidi. Corey Johnson. Andre Gallowitz. Andre. Jonathan Alou.
May I ask a quick question? I'm here with two of my students. Would it be possible for me to be bumped to the next group and go after Evelyn and Marshall so we could just take two folks from there?
Okay. Dylan Russell Roach. Dylan Russell Roach. Julie Cameretta. And so that means Jonathan, Evelyn, and Marshall, you all are in the next group. We'll start here on this end.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, board members. I would like to ask that this body please ensure that as you work on uniformity for high school graduation requirements, you also add to that work that all LEAs should follow the same transcript reporting structure to ensure that students properly receive credit for coursework completed. Without doing so, students stand to lose a year or more of credit simply because transcripts are not standardized between LEAs, and I'm happy to expand on this further during the Q&A. Most urgently, I come to you today to plead for assistance for one of our largest language-based learning middle and high schools in Washington, D.C., DCI. I am attaching a number of written documents along with my testimony which will clearly demonstrate a school in dire need of assistance. The students and teachers need help. The school community is being ignored by executive leadership and the Board of Trustees. Long festering issues have been unaddressed, leaving teachers and staff in a precarious situation as a place of employment and leaving students with a deep sense of uncertainty about their future education. As an advocate for students in schools, I cannot in good conscience remain silent about the situation. More than 125 faculty and staff have been fired, resigned, or left for other jobs since 2023. Teachers frequently leave in the middle of the year and are replaced by long-term subs, often without the right expertise. So many staff have departed that the specialized education and student support departments is understaffed and unable to meet the students' needs, in particular, students with IEPs and 504s. Most recently, the board announced an investigation. However, this gesture is performative as the regular in-house counsel on the DCI payroll is handling the investigation without transparency of their scope of work, a timeline, or placing Mr. Roscom, the executive director, on administrative leave while the investigation is underway. Teachers and school-level staff have tried in good faith to work with the leadership for nearly 4 years. Finally, this spring, the dysfunction was too extreme for leadership to hide. I witnessed this firsthand at a March 19th DCI board meeting. Parents, students, and teachers who spoke up about these growing concerns were silenced and our concerns dismissed. The lack of acknowledgement from the board to the outcry for help at the March 19th meeting clarified that the internal structure at DCI that should provide oversight for this LEA has not met its duty of governance for the school community. Seeing the level of indifference at this meeting was truly unparalleled to anything I've seen short of the tactics coming from our current White House administration. The staff of DCI feel that talking to their leadership is like shouting into the void. Those who have hung on through Roscom's destructive tenure have been unseen and unheard for far too long, as have I. Before today's committee hearing, as a parent of a DCI student, I've sought help directly from DCI's executive director, the community liaison, past middle school principals who have since left, board of trustees attending meetings and speaking to voice my concerns, the public charter school board, and now this body. I'm here today because none of those entities have taken action in support of DCI staff and students. As caregivers, we have to have confidence in the chosen LEAs and schools we select and entrust to our children every day. One's confidence is shaken at a school or a small LEA due to union busing practices, significant teacher departures, and reports of unethical issues. Action needs to be taken. I hope that this body can take some action. Today, hundreds of students walked out of their school also trying to be heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Yoain Harag, and I am testifying today on behalf of SEDEC DC as an alumna of their Financial Empowerment Program and a proud DCPS graduate of Benjamin Banneker Academic High School and a 2024 college graduate. I strongly urge you to approve the addition of a 0.5 credit financial literacy course as a high school graduation requirement. It is especially fitting that this hearing is taking place in April, which is Financial Literacy Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness about the importance of financial education. That makes today's conversation not only timely, but necessary. Despite attending one of DC's top public high schools and earning an international baccalaureate diploma, I graduated college with over $50,000 in student debt, both private and federal, with little understanding of how to navigate it. Like many students, I was expected to figure it out along the way. The reality is that these skills are not skills that we learn in college, yet we are expected to make life-altering decisions immediately after high school. It wasn't until I graduated college I discovered SEDEC DC's Financial Empowerment Program at a critical time, just as my 6-month student loan forbearance period was ending. Over 8 weeks, as part of that program, I learned how to budget, understand credit, evaluate debt, and plan for my financial future. These are the topics that are outlined in the proposed standards for the financial literacy course, of which I agree. The most impactful part of this program was access to a free financial counselor, Melissa Mazard, who also testified in March. I met with her well beyond the completion of the program to help me reach my financial goals with confidence. With her guidance and my initiative, I went from feeling overwhelmed by debt to becoming a first-time homeowner in the District of Columbia in less than 2 years post-college graduation. That transformation is not just personal. It's proof of what access to financial education can do. As research shows, students who take personal finance courses see an average lifetime benefit of nearly $100,000 through better financial making decisions, reduced debt, and increased savings. And yet, right now, access to this knowledge is not guaranteed. If an 8-week program changed my life, imagine the impact of a semester-long course required for every DCPS student. Not every student goes to college, but every student will earn money, spend money, and make financial decisions that shape their future. High school students working jobs, especially through programs like the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, of which I was a participant of in my high school career, deserve to know how to budget, save, and invest their income now, not years later. This is especially urgent as the future of Social Security remains uncertain. Young people must be equipped early with the knowledge to build wealth. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Corey Johnson. I'm 19 years old and I'm currently a student at Savannah College of Art and Design. I graduated from Calvin Coolidge High School and live in Ward 4. Today I am testifying because I heard of a proposal to waive the 2-year language credits requirement for students in special education. While this may be intended to provide flexibility, I believe it may unintentionally create inequity. Having a learning disability should not mean being excluded from opportunities to learn and grow. As a student with special needs myself, I have successfully completed my language credits and have even pursued a study of Japanese, which is widely considered one of the most difficult languages. My experience demonstrates that with the right support and encouragement, students with disabilities are fully capable of meeting these expectations. Removing the requirements may also send a message that these students are less capable, which can be discouraging. In reality, many students in special education can and do thrive when given the chance. For example, I have seen young learners, such as a 4-year-old taught by a special education teacher, successfully begin learning Spanish, and he is able to count up to 10. These moments show that ability is not the issue, access and support are. Additionally, making language study optional rather than required may reduce participation. Some students may not choose to enroll simply because it is no longer necessary for graduation, even though they could benefit greatly from the experience. Language learning opens doors not only academically, but culturally and personally. Through my own studies, I have had opportunities such as visiting the Japanese embassy, meeting survivors of historical events, and meeting with students my age who have come from Japan. Instead of waiving the requirements, I strongly believe there should be a focus on providing the resources and teaching support necessary to help all students, including those in special education, succeed in language learning. A student shouldn't just be given a packet and left alone. That may not be how they learn. They might like games or even cooking traditional foods from that country. Every child learns differently. Disability does not mean inability. With the right guidance, these students can achieve far more than they are often given credit for. With the right tools and the right person, these students can truly succeed in life if they are given the chance to do so. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and staff of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Dylan Russell Roach, and I'm a high school senior at Basis, Washington, D.C. For my senior project, I am researching how parental experiences and academic resources affect youth financial literacy across generations in DC. In addition, I am interning at a nonprofit called Zedek DC, whose mission is to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents. While working with Zedek DC's financial empowerment program, I have witnessed how impactful teaching foundational personal finance skills can be for DC residents, regardless of age. From my perspective, people yearn to learn about things that can help them grow as individuals, something I've experienced firsthand. During the pandemic, I was really interested in learning about how to invest. Maybe it was the TikTok or YouTube videos made by people who looked like me that encouraged my curiosity. However, it made me anxious because it felt like I had been missing out. Because I was raised by a single mother who attended DCPS schools and had limited access to financial literacy courses, I was put at a disadvantage. In an attempt to give myself a head start, I decided to take a personal finance elective in 8th grade. Right now, I have taken 4 finance and business-related courses. Using these lessons, I have been able to share concepts with others, especially my mom. While I had this opportunity from 8th grade to 12th grade, other students did not. At BASIS, the only mandatory class adjacent to financial literacy was economics. I heard from many students that it was their least favorite class because they found the content boring. Students didn't want to hear about topics they were required to remember for a test. They wanted to apply the knowledge they used in class in their everyday lives. Long-winded lectures without collaborative assignments can hinder a student's attention span and information retention. It is not only essential and critical to implement a financial literacy course in DC schools, it is equally important to make it engaging and applicable to different circumstances a student may encounter as an adult. Overall, I believe having a financial literacy requirement for graduation is essential for students to be prepared for adulthood. I realized early on how powerful financial knowledge can be after seeing my mom navigate challenges without the proper resources to build financial stability. Every student should be equipped with tools in high school to handle financial situations in the future. This requirement will be a pivotal step to ensuring DC's future economic well-being. This step starts with you, and with the help of community organizations like ZEDIC DC, the future of financial literacy in DC is bright. Thank you.
No, it's fine. Can you hear me? Okay. I think this is as far as it goes. Sure. Sorry. Thank you. All righty. Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Julie Camerata. I'm a Ward 1 resident and the Executive Director of the DC Special Education Cooperative. The co-op serves 61 charter LEAs here in DC. I'm here tonight to ask that you recommend adjustments to OSSI's proposal updating the district's graduation requirements. We need a standard diploma that is meaningful, rigorous, and truly accessible to all students, including students with disabilities. Earlier this month, a set of recommendations was submitted to SBOE's Graduation Requirements Task Force titled Rethinking the Practical Studies Diploma, Advancing Equity Through Flexibility. That title captures exactly what this moment calls for. We have an opportunity to rethink how the district defines readiness and to build a graduation framework that advances equity through thoughtful flexibility. For many young people and families, a high school diploma is more than a piece of paper. It represents years of hard work, perseverance, and hope for what comes next. It should open doors to college, careers, training programs, and independence. But for too many students, our current system can make that path harder than it needs to be. We sometimes talk about rigor as if it means every student must follow the exact same path. Rigor doesn't require rigidity. Students can be held to high expectations while being given flexibility in how to meet them. That is what recommendation number 1 in the proposal that I mentioned earlier does. It keeps strong academic expectations in place while recognizing that students have different goals, strengths, and futures ahead of them. For example, it recommends continuing to require 4 years of math credits inclusive of Algebra 1 and geometry, ensuring that students build important foundational skills. However, it provides flexibility by not requiring Algebra 2, recognizing that not every student's next step requires the same advanced math sequence. It also recommends giving students the option of world language credits or a career pathway, reflecting a reality some students, and I want to just acknowledge what you said because I think you're exactly right. There are many kids with disabilities who can and do, but students with disabilities are not a monolith. And I think students, their families, their teams need to have the flexibility to make decisions that are best for them. I actually ended my teaching career at Lamb Public Charter School, bilingual public charter school. I was the special ed director. We had students with severe apraxia, which is a speech and language impairment, who were able to go through the program successfully. And he went on to graduate a very highly competitive college and went to BASIS. So our kids are not all the same, but teams need flexibility to make decisions to if there are certain barriers in place. I'm not going to get through this. Okay, let's see. I'm just going to skip to the end. I hope you support these recommendations, but if the board decides to move the Practical Studies Diploma forward, we encourage the board to recommend that either OSSI reconsider calling it a diploma or develop a robust communication strategy that prevents confusion at both the LEA and family levels. We also hope that the agency is prepared to run this initiative. Thank you.
We will now have a round of member questions. Representative Mozumdar.
Thank you all so much for coming out and testifying and just raising up these important issues today. I'm going to start with our ZEDEC advocates. I want to say hi, first of all, to Dylan. And I want to say that everyone, I think y'all should go and read her senior project blog about what she has been doing with ZEDEC, because I think if you want to see the importance of financial literacy, that is a great place to start and why it is 100% important. I agree with both of you on why it is such an incredible opportunity, like the 8-week course that you mentioned, Ms. Kebeda, about like why having structured time to actually learn these skills is very impactful. And I also want to lift up, Dylan, what you said about their potential problems with rolling in financial literacy with already existing classes, because I can speak from personal experience, econ was not my favorite class. And I think what would actually take away from rigor is messing up the different curriculum requirements of these required classes by inputting financial literacy, and instead having a 0.5 credit hour, which is already in the proposed changes, would be very impactful, and we've seen the impact from these advocates today. I want to spend the rest of my time with Ms. Kamrat. I want to say thank you so much for bringing up the importance of flexibility, and I especially liked what you said about having greater flexibility requires greater intentionality in the way in which we choose to make modifications to either the Practical Studies Diploma or whatever option that we create from the task force. And I want to know what specifically in terms of flexibility you want to see within the modifications we're doing to the Practical Studies Diploma or otherwise.
Yeah, it's specifically around the Algebra 2 credit and around world language. We've heard from schools and families that those are often the two biggest barriers to graduation for some students with disabilities. So it would be nice to provide flexibility so that students who want to pursue that do, and students that it's a barrier to graduation don't get stuck in repeating those courses over and over. I do want to say that this all starts with Tier 1, and that's something that hasn't come up tonight, but we know that Tier 1 instruction needs a lot of work in our schools. That's why we have that huge discrepancy between graduation rates and our, standardized state test scores. So.
Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Representative Henderson.
Thank you all. Ms. Sambana, are the issues that you are discussing across the middle school and the high school, or are they concentrated in the middle school, both?
Yes, sir. They affect the entire school.
Can you take that mic?
I'm sorry. Yes, they affect the entire school. Actually, most recently, the staff, 80% of the teaching staff participated in an anonymous vote. 20% did not participate out of fear of retribution, but they returned a 94% vote of no confidence in the executive director.
So it's my understanding that the faculty has unionized, and could you say more about how that fits into this timeline?
Yes, sir. So about 4 years ago, when these troubles started under this current executive director, that was the first step in having a very tenuous relationship with the executive director, not wanting to be responsive to staff concerns, so they unionized. Those, if you look at the attachments of the FAQs that I attached to my testimony, gives a very extensive timeline of good faith intentions by staff internally, so much so that the staff has been so professional that parents were unaware of the deep divide in the school until this most recent board meeting, where it was just untenable to control at that point.
All right, thank you. We have your statement uploaded. I want to maybe verify with staff that we have the attachments also. Okay, and I want to ask you about your communication with the PCSB. Did you do the formal complaint process, and either way, what was the response that you got?
So again, all of this has sort of come to light more in the last recent few weeks. I happened to sign up to testify before the Public Charter Board at their most recent
Okay.
meeting and alerted them to the situation that way.
So it was you made public comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you received any response since then, or you just gave the comment? Okay. All right, thank you. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. I want to start with our Corey. Corey, thank you so much for just sharing your perspective, sharing your experience, and then again, letting everybody know, hey, that I am a student with a disability, but I am successful. And this is what, when we do things right, this is what happens. Our students are able to access opportunity. And honestly, that is, I think everybody wants that. How do we create more access for our kiddos? And we keep using this, I think the theme of tonight is flexibility. And so thank you to Julie. Thank you, Julie, for all of your work with just helping with the recommendations and just trying to figure out how can we give IEP teams just a little more flexibility, not completely washing anything away, not trying to downplay anything, but to give folks to say, hey, like this might be a downfall of a student. We don't want them to not have access because of this one thing or something like that. So thank you so much. Madam, I did not hear your testimony.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. The restroom was calling, but it's okay. But I've heard some rumblings. Was there a student walkout today?
Yes, ma'am, this afternoon at 1 o'clock, which was entirely student-led.
Okay.
There were hundreds of students who, are trying to use their own student agency and their own voices to fight for and defend their school, their program.
Okay. Did they did they put in a complaint themselves to the PCSB, and did they write emails to the Board of Directors at all?
There have been many, many letters sent to the Board of Trustees by students, by parents, by teachers. All have, basically gone nowhere. They've also met with the executive director, and he dismissed their concerns.
Okay.
So this was the next level, and they're continuing to escalate their pleas for help.
Okay. I would also encourage them, again, they have every right to go through the community complaint process, so that way the PCSB can document the student complaint. You can't ignore, how many students would you say walked out today?
This was only the high school. The middle school is currently in CAPE testing, so they were not allowed to leave the building. But I would say, roughly 300 to 400 students who walked out this afternoon.
Okay. I think those 300 to 400 should also put in a complaint to the PCSB as well.
Add it to their
Yes.
action plan. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and again, sorry you all are going through this. I was going to say I yield the rest of my time, but I have no more time left. Again, thank you all so much for your testimony. I appreciate you at almost 9 o'clock at night.
Representative Thompson.
Alex, it is good to see you. It has been some time. I don't think I've seen you since maybe the pandemic. My youngest sister is a DCI alum. When I ask her thoughts on DCI, her word is janky, and we can talk about that and kind of some of the ongoing experiences that I know she and others have had. Happy to have that conversation offline. I don't have any public questions now, but we know how to get in touch with one another. To the young ladies who came to talk about financial literacy, I do appreciate your testimony. I have no questions because, like I said, it tracks with what we've heard from other recent graduates. Haley on our staff did remind me and Representative Henderson that she took some time to check in on one of the Brookings Institution's presentations earlier this week, and what you all are saying actually tracks with what students around the country are saying as far as the things top things they would like to have in their education is financial literacy. So we are seeing a trend with what young people are saying to us. I have a minute and a half left. Ms. Camerata. So I started my day this morning at River Terrace Education Campus purposefully. I was not there by myself. Representative Henderson, Representative Johnson Law joined me, as well as some folks from DCPS. And I wanted to go to River Terrace not only because it's in my ward, but because, as I understand it, DCPS has things I learned today in numbers, because I've been asking for numbers, 9,200 students who have IEPs at the high school level. Of the 9,200 students who have IEPs at the high school level, including River Terrace and across all comprehensive high schools, they have about, let's call it 350, I'll be generous, 400 students on their certificate track, which is, of the high school students, my math is a little funky, but we'll go with 4% of the SPED student population with the most interventions, right? I hear you on the range of student disabilities, but what I'm also, I think, wrestling with is what I hear Ossie saying is it's not for the 9,200. It's not even for the 350. It might be for, I'm going to make up something, 35 out of the 350.
It's a great question. It was my understanding that it's students are supposed to, sorry, it's late. Only 1% of our students with disabilities are supposed to be on a certificate. So my guess is that Ossie is saying if we had another option, they could move that inappropriately placed, perhaps, 3% into a practical studies, quote-unquote, diploma.
Yes. Representative Williams.
Yes, thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Zamana, the DCI concerns are very troubling to me. So thank you for kind of giving voice to that and for helping me gain a deeper contextualization for that. I taught at a school nearby and know a lot of colleagues, friends, families, students who are impacted by this. So I'll be looking into that. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you all for the testimony around financial literacy. I'm definitely on board with kind of seeing how we implement this effectively and not just require it, but make sure that the instruction is quality. And I think your testimony is very compelling, particularly around your personal experiences. Ms. Carmona, I want to come to you for a moment. One thing we've looked at, not just about like the diploma piece with special education, but also just with improving instruction, because my colleague, Dr. Johnson Law, we've been working with our committee to kind of think about how do we make more general education teachers qualified and effective at teaching all students. And you had mentioned Tier 1 supports. So I'm just kind of curious where you think we should start with that, because, you know, we've had some conversation about this in the past, but it's certainly a status quo that I think is unacceptable and needs to improve. And so in 90 seconds, I wanted to give you a chance to just kind of share some thoughts there so that we can think about how we move that ball forward on our end too.
Yeah, thank you. We're definitely not for a one-size-fits-all, but I do think universal design for learning fits all, because there's flexibility within that framework. So teachers, once they understand the framework, can customize it for their own experience. We have a demonstration classroom, which I know you know about, at Bridges Public Charter School. The students in that classroom are blowing their peers across the city out of the water when it comes to standardized testing. When it comes to MAP testing, we're seeing strong academic results for all students who are exposed to the UDL framework. So that's the end and the beginning in my mind.
And like with that, then the focus would be on ensuring teachers are trained and understanding of the UDL framework, because I've had training in that in different ways, and it's really not like do this. It's really like understand this whole set of needs in ways that you can accommodate learning styles and adapt and really learn what an individual student needs, and then oh, I'm teaching this standard, I know how to take this part of the design and meet that. So you're talking about like the teacher competencies and training with that.
100%, and I would go beyond training to include coaching, because I think too often we do a one-and-done training in DC, and that's not what teachers need. They need ongoing support, they need observations, and administrators really also are part of this solution. They need to understand UDL and need to be able to do instructional
thank you.
rounds to support it.
Thank you.
Representative Chang?
We will follow up, and you know, we're not the formal body to be able to, with any de jure power here, right? But I think I speak for all my colleagues in saying that we're committed to learning more about what's going on, and we'll follow up with you. To the students, I think you're naming the who said this, keep it dynamic, right? I was just looking at some of the latest research on, not to be the Debbie Downer, but to look at some of the most recent research on the impacts of financial literacy education across the board, and it's super low. And I think that's the reason is the quality differential, actually, right? That there's some ways to do it well, and certainly ways that it just becomes a checkbox, right? And we want to avoid the latter. But to help guide us to doing the former and doing it well, I'd love to hear how you would assess whether it's a good program. Like, what?
So
Yeah.
first and foremost, I want to go back to a comment that Representative Colson made in regards to a lot of the people that you all are hearing from in regards to the importance of financial literacy being current students and recent graduates. I think this is right, and this is the demographic that is being impacted by what we're discussing here today in regards to financial literacy. And as you mentioned, I think the outline of the specific standards and the 5 courses in regards to what's outlined is definitely important, and we don't want it to just be something that schools just check off as a list. And so having some sort of guide and cross-curriculum that schools are able to follow and guidance instead of just having it thrown into coursework as mentioned earlier, ensuring that the important targets are talked about, such as saving, especially when it comes to retirement, as well as brokerage, even going into Roth IRAs and any retirement savings plans, and that things of that sort as we move along in this financial landscape.
What would you say is a way that we assess at the end whether this was worthwhile?
I think that's a great question. First and foremost, having some sort of practical experience for students in which they're able to learn first in regards to what happens, and having a culmination project, if you will, or so, where they're able to budget for themselves using the skills that they've learned and see how see what their takeaways are, and use that to hone in and develop the curriculum as we go along.
Thanks.
Representative Colson.
Coolidge. I want to say I'm so very proud of you. I am a Coolidge graduate, I am a Ward 4 resident, and I am a special education student. Let that sit in. And I am proud of you for coming here to testify, to speak on behalf of other students like you and sharing your experience and speaking for them. I also want to say that I'm very proud of you because you have gone on to college and you went very, very far away. And that is something that should be elevated and commended, because that's not easy to do, especially knowing that the way that you learn is different. You said, oh shoot, where did I put it? You said, disability does not mean inability. I love that, so very true. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate your testimony. You're talking about Roth IRAs, all of that, IRA. you know what you're talking about, and I'm proud of you as well. As a student who experienced homelessness, it was very important for me to purchase my home right after school, and you beat me by a couple of years, and I'm proud of you as well. Thank you, all of you, for testimony. I want to go back to you, ma'am, because you started your testimony talking about the gap in the systems between LEAs, and one of the things that we worked on was chronic absenteeism and making sure that those systems align. Can you tell me, are there other systems where there are huge disconnects that maybe we should be looking at so that we can ease the experience for students moving from different LEAs and making sure they have what they need on their transcripts when they move forward?
Yes, ma'am. So given this current situation, we applied for the lottery. My daughter was accepted to School Without Walls, and she will be transferring. However, in that transfer process that we are in right now to re-enroll her, or to enroll her, DCI has a certain, and this is true for some different LEAs, they call it integrated math for 9th grade math. When I spoke to the registrar at School Without Walls, she will not get credit for her full year of learning advanced math and 9th grade math unless it specifically says Algebra 1, 1 credit, Geometry 1, 1 credit. So she is looking at losing an entire year's worth of advanced work in math alone. This will be similar if it's not exactly the same on the transcript for any languages, any advanced coursework, English, science, whatever, what have you. Since we do have two sectors that students flow, between, we should make sure that there's an agreement at least to this term equates to this, so that students aren't missing out on furthering their education.
Very helpful. Let's continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Vice President Goulet.
I want to thank everyone for your testimony. I mean, we can follow up on the DCI issue because we represent parents, students. We don't represent schools, even though we don't oversee it. What we can do is we can check with PCSB and just understand what's going on and ask questions, work with our colleagues there, but definitely continue to follow up there. And thank you for raising the issue on the transfer of the credits. That's a real concern that in the city, when we have two sectors, that they're not working with each other, then children are losing out on the work they've done. So I would love to, follow up as well on that issue, because I think that that should be something we should be able to fix rather easily, and it wouldn't make sense to have a student lose that work. So thank you for raising those issues. Financial literacy. That was really exciting testimony, and I'm so amazingly in awe of what you said about owning a house so far out, and it got me thinking, because for me, my biggest financial decision I made in life was in high school. My last two choices for college were SUNY Geneseo and Tufts, and if there's anybody who graduated from Tufts here, no offense to you all, it's a great school, but by picking a state school, I had almost no student debt, and it changed the trajectory of my life. So for students who are applying for colleges and for going to decide whether they're going to take out huge student loans, I mean that's a really important issue. So when did you start that process of looking at colleges and making those decisions about student loans?
Sure. First and foremost, I do want to acknowledge the privilege that I have of attending really great public schools from elementary all the way through high school that have equipped me with the necessary knowledge and the means to obtain more knowledge that have led me to have such great success in my college career. I think that if 18-year-olds are required to take out loans to pursue secondary education, it's important that they have the necessary tools in order to make a fair sense and fair judgment in regards to decisions. I've always had a personal interest in finance, and so that's really fueled me and helped give me access, but understanding that not everyone in the city has the same access to the resources, the education that I have, and the only way to ensure that there is equity is by using this as a graduation requirement and ensuring that schools are teaching this and showing the impact that it will have. Because
in what year? What year would you need to teach it to have those skills before you make those decisions?
Yes,
would it be junior?
I think honestly starting as early as possible is best because not everyone does graduate from high school. Since students in the district are able to participate in the MBSYAP program at 14, starting as early as that, to ensure that students are aware of the possibilities of what they can do with their paycheck. And
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. We have to continue to go.
Thank you.
President Patterson.
All right. Thank you all for your testimony this evening. The thing about going last is that pretty much all my colleagues, they ask great questions and they give, great shout outs for all the accomplishments of the things that have been stated. So I'm not going to go through those again because I could definitely go down the line and talk about all the great things that you guys have achieved, whether going off to college, the financial literacy aspects of it, which is to me, is still one of the biggest things that we did here at the State Board of Education. I do want to state to Ms. Zambad, you've heard my colleagues talk about, that's an independent body, so to speak, the PCSB. They're appointed by the mayor, and they have a lot of autonomy, okay? But I will say this, I happen to know a few of the members on a more personal level. I know we've said we're going to follow up and things like that, but after this particular panel is done, I'm going to come down and give you my number so you can hold me accountable because I'm going to I have a couple of friends that are actually appointed members that are of the PCSB that I've known for quite some time. One of them is a Ward 8 resident. In fact, the chair is a Ward 8 resident and lives in the same ward as I do. And then the other one is a very close friend I've known for 20 years. And so I want to follow up on this to make sure you at least get some answer and some accountability to this and use that route. I don't have the authority, but I'm going to try to use my relationships to get you some type of resolution to this, or at least some answers, okay?
I appreciate that, sir. And what I want to state is that, the responsibility is on our whole government to have a stable, robust, and predictable education pipeline for all of our DC students. And while school choice is made available to us here, and you can attend any sector based on your own choices, no one is choosing to not have accountability, transparency, or lack of oversight at their LEA or their school. So, this, unfortunately, we find ourselves in a crack that we have identified. And it is a crack that other charter schools like Mundo Verde and Lamb have found themselves as well. So it is it's on all of us, voters, parents, students, teachers, everybody, to say the things that need to be said and fix the things that need to get fixed. So I hope that we can support those 1,600 students.
And I look forward to talking to you. And I really, again, like some of my colleagues brought up, the transcript aspects of it, I appreciate you doing that because I do work a lot between the two sectors, and I've seen that happen to more than enough students where things are not transferring correctly and really hindering their opportunities of what they can do and what they can take when they reach high school. So thank you.
To quote my 13-year-old, she said, "Why did I work so hard for the last several years to earn this knowledge and credit and not be able to take it with me?"
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Butler.
Thank you all for your testimony this evening. We will now go to our next round of public witnesses. We will start down on this end and work our way to down the table.
Good evening. My name is John Elfuth. I'm a Ward 5 resident, public school parent, and after-school debate coach. I'm here to ask the State Board tonight to build on testimony from earlier from David and Sally to expand opportunities for students to earn credit towards high school graduation. Public high schools in Washington, D.C. offer students a wide range of learning experiences that allow students to demonstrate mastery of academic content to meet graduation course requirements. Examples include traditional coursework, dual credit, and CTE and work-based learning. But there's an entire ecosystem of after-school and out-of-school programs that also help students develop their academic mastery, examples like Globalized DC and the Urban Debate League. You'll hear from a couple of our students about how they have the opportunity to master a rigorous academic curriculum outside the walls of the four walls of the classroom, and I can very much say that in my own experience, even students that are performing at an intermediate level engage with hundreds of pages of college-level text, complex geopolitical and philosophical arguments, and strategic writing and critical thinking as they develop and present their engagements in debates with other students. In some cases, students put in hundreds of hours over the course of an academic year in these activities. DC currently has no formal mechanism for these programs to award students credit toward graduation for this work across the entire city, and I'm advocating that the State Board recommend as a part of its high school graduation requirement task force that the Office of the State Superintendent create a pathway for organizations like the Urban Debate League and Globalized DC to award competency-based credit towards graduation. Our city already allows individual schools to award competence-based credit through waivers in current technical education course equivalencies, but this requires schools to go through an intensive process, and there's no guarantee that every school in DC will do this, which can result in inequities. There isn't a current mechanism for nonprofit organizations to award credits themselves. Looking at statute, OSSE may already have the authority to create such a policy. DC Code gives OSSE authority to establish requirements for granting credit for studies completed in a variety of settings. At minimum, the State Board could request that the State Superintendent study the existing statutory language and determine whether existing authority could allow it to create this type of program. There's also a precedent for this type of program nationally. Some of the states have done similar programs. New Hampshire has a program called Learn Everywhere that lets the state approve programs outside of school to award credit, which can then be redeemed for by students at their local school districts and applied toward high school graduation requirements. In Rhode Island, districts can leverage state flexibilities that allow students to earn high school collective credit for project-based learning and work done through local community organizations. Washington State allows districts to award high school graduation credits for planned learning experiences that take place away from the school with their approval. In Alabama, a policy allows local boards to develop a policy where students can request credit for extended learning experiences that take place outside of the classroom. If enacted, such a policy would certainly need to have rigorous guardrails in place to ensure programmatic quality and equitable access for all students. And it would require intensive community engagement and development to get it right, but we shouldn't let the fact that it might be challenging stop us from pursuing this opportunity, and I strongly urge the board to consider adding this proposal to its graduation task force recommendations.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marshall Thorpe, and I'm a DC public school student and a freshman attending Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. I live in Ward 6 on Capitol Hill, and I'm here this evening to ask the State Board to take action to expand the types of opportunities available to students to earn credit towards high school graduation. I've been debating since I was in 6th grade under the Washington Urban Debate League, and it's my primary extracurricular activity. Debating at a high level means I have to put in hundreds of hours each year learning the topic, engaging with new arguments, and of course going to the tournaments during the year and debating against other students. Over the years, I found that the content that we learn and discuss in class overlaps frequently with the content that we discuss in debate. A recent example of this is the Mercator map projection, which is the global standard for map being used now and is taught in many schools. And I would semi-confidently bet $5 that everyone in this room right now has seen the Mercator map projection. Just yesterday in my history class, we discussed the Mercator map projection. Let's just say I knew a decent amount about it. And after class, my teacher asked me if I could stay and talk about it with him, and I did. Another example is political capital. Throughout many debate rounds, a key component is understanding the concept of political capital and how it functions, how affirming the resolution proposed is unpopular and results in how different politicians winning elections causes a laundry list of impacts. And I know that this is likely a topic that comes up in many high school government classes or other classes. I give you these examples to show you how the content that we learn about in debate, the topics that we argue throughout practice during the week, all day multiple tournaments during the year, overlaps with what is being taught in schools, and how in many ways what we learn about in debate is even more rigorous than what we do in some of my classes at school. Yet there's no opportunity for me or the hundreds of other students that participate in debate in DC to receive academic credit for the work that we put into and the things that we learn. This is why I believe that the State Board should recommend to OSCE that they create a progress for organizations like the Washington, D.C. Urban Debate League to award credit towards high school graduation to students who put in time and effort through debate. It would be amazing if there's a way for us to get credit for content courses like social studies, but mainly if that's not possible, elective credits would also be great and really help students as they meet their graduation requirements through like debate being perceived as like an elective through the content. It also makes sense to me to find a way to work with organizations like the Washington, D.C. Urban Debate League to award or determine this credit since they're already experts in this area, and they're the ones who know how much commitment and dedication students are putting in throughout the year. I hope that you'll consider the testimony you've heard here today, and thank you for your time. I concede the last 10 seconds.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Webster. I live in Ward 6 of DC, and I am a sophomore at School Without Walls High School. I was introduced to debate as a 6th grader at Stuart Hobson Middle School, and I've been competing locally and regionally with the Washington Urban Debate League, WUDL, since. As a debater, I've had to do extensive research on a variety of topics, stay up to date with global and domestic news, learn about government policy, and explore modes of critical thought that I'd otherwise no exposure to. In this year's topic on Arctic development and exploration, I've had to read countless news articles on Arctic policy, geopolitics, and environmental reports, as well as philosophical articles and excerpts from novels critiquing modern modes of expansion, consumption, social dynamics, power structures in society, and the ways identities impact policy. The complexity of the analysis I do for debate is on par, if not beyond, the intensity of what I'm expected to do in school. Additionally, the topics I learned through debate are deeply intertwined with my academics. The geopolitics and world order I study is grounded in the material I'm particularly learning in my AP World History class and furthers my understanding of this content. The persuasive skills I learned through debate are critical in my humanities classes and my presentation projects throughout other courses. Additionally, the critiques and philosophies I explore through debate connect to human rights classes and global issues classes at my school. One example of debate directly connecting to my coursework is my Humanities 2 class. Currently, we are reading Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower, a text that explores Afrofuturism and community adaptation as a survival strategy and one of resistance. Unlike many of my classmates, I'd already been exposed to Afrofuturism through debate before I'd even made it into high school. Having this foundational understanding to draw upon has not only made the coursework easier, but it's also given me more knowledgeable lens. I already have a basic comprehension of the topics, and thus I'm able to further explore the concepts and develop a more complex understanding. This is a unique benefit of debate. The critical lens it fosters encourages me and countless other students to expand our learning and go beyond the expectations for our classes using our critical thinking skills. Further, I've spent my weekends researching and reading, preparing for and commuting to tournaments, and actually debating while balancing rigorous academics, which are very time intensive. In fact, every Wednesday I go back to Stuart Hobson Middle School where I coach students who I once was. Despite this, me and hundreds of other debaters don't get any academic recognition for this work, since there isn't a debate class at my school and I'm not receiving any credit for it. In fact, my absences are not excused, but that is a separate issue. Because of this, I believe that there should be a process for organizations such as the Washington Urban Debate League to award credit to high schoolers for graduation who are dedicating significant time to further efforts through debate. I believe that elective credit would assist hardworking students to meet graduation requirements, as organizations such as WUDL already award students at local tournaments and facilitate engagement in travel tournaments. It is logical for them to determine and quantify credits, and I hope that you will consider my testimony along with others tonight to recommend a process for organizations such as WUDL to award competency-based credit. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the DC State Board of Education and the wider community. My name is Beverly. I'm a Ward 4 resident and a parent of a 6th grader at DCI, so I'm not really talking about graduate school requirements, unfortunately. But I'm here just to kind of highlight, I'm the second parent from DCI of 3 who are here just to kind of highlight the issues going on at DCI. We came from a strong feeder elementary school, and what we're now seeing at DCI is a breakdown in the relationship between the administration and the teaching staff, which is compromising the school's mission and harming student learning and well-being, and that is deeply concerning for me. Our son has had multiple long-term substitute teachers in multiple classes this year. At first, I thought this was just normal adjustment to middle school, but after attending that recent public board meeting and seeing the mistrust between administration and staff, I began to understand that this is part of a larger ongoing issue. Recently, staff held a vote of no confidence of the executive director. 80% participated, 94% of those voted no confidence. As you have heard, there was a student-led walkout. This was after a student petition that was signed by over 800 students was appealing again for the executive director to be put on administrative leave immediately. This comes after years of teacher grievances and attrition under his leadership starting in 2023. One of the DCI's strengths is supporting the ongoing language and education from its future language immersion programs. At least 9 language teachers have left, including some of the most experienced. In today's geopolitical climate, those educators are not easily replaced. As a result, current middle school French classes are combined across mixed levels, and there is less breadth in Chinese high school classes. This compromises my son's ability to continue in-depth study of a language he has invested in for half his life. We are not heritage speakers and would not be able to support his language learning without instruction in the school. In response to ongoing and resolved concerns, the teaching staff have formed a union, as you have heard, but even after negotiations for increased pay, some of the lowest paid staff took home less money after raises because their hours were strategically cut. The rest of the teacher salaries have been stagnant, while leadership continues to have raises and have received tens of thousands of dollars in bonuses. At the same time, there's a proposal for a major new project like a $22 million sports complex, which seems completely out of step with current school needs. Again, there are other key decisions that have just been disconnected from schools' needs. An IB coordinator his contract has not been renewed. Middle years program coordinator left in February this year, and that will directly impact, again, my son's education for the next 4 years. I will wrap up because I just see the time is off, and I want to stay within my time limit. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Karen Copeland. I am a Ward 4 resident. I'm also one of the parents speaking regarding DCI tonight. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak as a parent who's raised her children in the DC public schools. I've actually had children in the DC public school system since 2012. We moved to DC in 2005, and we're actually always told we would be forced to move out of DC when our children became school-aged. And yet we've had mostly positive experiences with the 3 schools our children have attended, both in the education they've received and in the communities they've enabled us to build, and so thus we've stayed, which is a testament to the work that you've all done in making DC public schools a desirable option for families, and I thank you very much for being a part of that. It benefits all DC residents, whether they have children in school or not, to have strong schools that anchor and stabilize our community. So I'm here to speak today regarding DCI, which has actually been an excellent high school for my 11th grade student. Like any teenager, she's had complaints about school, but she's consistently raved about the teachers and the staff and the IB curricular support. And she's been empowered to create an educational path tailored to her unique needs and interests. But as DCI is currently in a crisis of leadership, I'm asking you for assistance in getting us back on track. As you're aware, DCI staff recently held a vote regarding the executive director, with 94% of those participating voting confidence. I do not have an opinion on the ED personally, but I have trust in our faculty, and 94% is an astounding number. Apparently the tensions between the executive director and the staff and educators date back to 2023. Supporting materials have been provided regarding the ED not being receptive to educator needs. Because the on-the-ground educators have been so professional in protecting students from the internal issues, as a parent, this came to my attention only recently when I learned of the coerced resignation of beloved principal Christopher Nace, the mid-year exodus of the middle years program coordinator, and the shocking decision not to renew the contract of the IB diploma coordinator, Ezra Miller, with no explanations given. While I fear it's too late to retain Mr. Nace, I hope the decision regarding Mr. Miller is reversible, as his expertise cannot be overstated or easily replaced. So I'm here with 3 specific concerns for you. First, I'm asking for your support in ensuring the concerns of the DC teachers and staff are heard. Their concerns have been documented and deserve honest engagement. Second, I'm asking for your support in ensuring DCI remains a true IB for all school by ensuring the school has the structure and talent needed to provide that instruction. The IB curriculum is a very specific, specialized curriculum, and honestly, the reason that we chose that school. I have written testimony that I won't go through about some of a lot of the positives that we've had there.
Ma'am. The time.
Okay.
At this time, we will have a round of member questions. Representative Mozumdar.
Good evening, and thank you all so much for coming out tonight and testifying. I know it's late, and thank you guys for staying this whole time. I'm going to start with our DCI families. I want to say, again, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. As my colleague said, like in regards to the leadership crisis, we hear you and we see you, and we might not be the specific body to implement this change, but we will be following up. And yeah, just thank you for bringing this to our attention. To my friends with the Washington Urban Debate League, I want to say hello. Thank you guys so much for coming out and talking to us. I want to recognize the incredible amounts of hard work all of you guys do, both for the Washington Urban Debate League and within the Washington Urban Debate League. I want to say first to Marshall, I think having the idea that having OST organizations like the Washington Urban Debate League get to determine credit and the ways in which that can be advanced because they're already experts in that area is a very good solution to kind of the questions we've been having surrounding how we're actually able to award credit based on these different organizations and the different extracurriculars that students put a lot of time and effort into. And to Mr. Alford, I want to say that thank you for bringing these empirical examples into how we can actually implement this and seeing that it's not a far-off proposition. It's something that many states are already doing, and it is a good thing to recognize the hard work of our students. And overall, I just want to say, I mean, you see how prepared everyone is, especially high schoolers, to deliver these speeches, testimony, and advocate in front of a board like this, and that is only possible through organizations like the Washington Urban Debate League and the work they've put in, and we should be recognizing that. And I have no further questions. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Representative Johnson-Law.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. We appreciate you all being here with us this late. And again, we hear you guys about DCI. I think all of us are going to follow up with the right folks just to, again, not only just to support you, but to say, hey, this is what they're saying. It's a problem. What are you all going to do about it to continue to raise the voice? So again, thank you for sticking with us until 9:15 at night. And Jonathan, always so good to see you, my dear. I yield the rest of my time.
Representative Thompson.
I want to thank everyone for their testimony, but I do have some, I guess, specific questions or clarifying questions about the DCI testimony. So I heard you say you chose DCI because of the IB curriculum, and I heard you say that they don't currently have an IB coordinator. I'm just going to tell you the things I heard, and you all can tell me what parts of this I understand correctly, and if there's more context. I also heard that you all are experiencing substitutes. Now, I don't know if I understand that as there was never a full-time teacher in the class, or it's because staff are leaving and then they're having long-term subs, because I've seen both experiences. So I would just like a little more context in, like, was it staff from the start? Is it attrition? What are we talking here?
With the subs, I think for various reasons, it was just poor communication as to why there's subs like all the time in multiple classes. So his mechanics class, his science class, his English class, so it's just kind of poor communication, and I'm assuming it's, yeah, there's a lot of assumptions, but I'm assuming it's because they're short-staffed. 125 staff members have left in the last few years, so I think people are just stretched very thinly, which is, I think, leads into why the middle years program IB coordinator did leave in February because she was asked to do even more on top of that very challenging role. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can really only speak to the high school. My daughter transferred in the 8th grade, so from basis, so we have less experience with the middle school. The high school, right now, I'd say we're not having the same issues with substitutes. What we are having is it's the leadership being sort of summarily dismissed without understanding why. The principal is extremely respected and committed, and we don't really understand why he was forced out. The diploma, there are a couple of different key people in IB. The diploma coordinator, who really focuses on making sure kids can graduate with that IB diploma. His contract wasn't renewed. That was a shock to everyone in the last couple of weeks. We don't understand why. To our knowledge, he's had nothing but excellent reviews. Personally, because my daughter came in from basis, she was on a different educational track than DCI, and both he and Principal Nace were absolutely instrumental in making sure that she was able to get on a proper trajectory, given that she had a different background. So we're really...
Ma'am, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you. Representative Williams?
Thank you all for your testimony. My question, Ms. Webster, I've seen you around School with All Walls, so it's good to see you now in this capacity. And Mr. Thorpe, you had kind of talked about where this credit for all the work that you're putting in and the skills that you're gaining could live. And it struck me as more reasonable to focus on it as an elective. How do you think that would impact you if that were to be the case?
Sure, I can take this one. It's good to see you as well. In the context of the credit being an elective, I think it would benefit in that, like, A, it's on my transcript, so there's a level of, like, sure, I can say that I've been to these tournaments, and I can say that I've, like, researched for hours, but that's not really quantifiable, that's not really measurable, and so, like, having on paper, like, I guess acknowledgement for my work would be ideal, and I'm sure for other students, but additionally, like, having the elective, that elective slot means that, like, rather than worrying if my electives look like what I want my electives to look like to represent, like, what I care about, I can use my electives to maybe explore something that I was not familiar with. Like, we have a class about go-go. That's interesting. Does that look like I care about the law? Like, it's having my transcript represent my interests, but also having the flexibility to explore other electives would be, like, great.
That makes sense. Mr. Thorpe, you want to add anything?
Yeah, so I completely agree with what everything Evelyn is saying on how that, like, the elective credit could, like, show and, like, represent, like, what I, like, truly care about and what I, like, want to do with life. But I think what I was mainly talking about with the content-wise was not really a content credit, but, like, the idea that, like, what I learn about in debate and what we discuss and what we debate in debate overlaps frequently with what we learn about in school. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I don't think anyone would dispute, like, the value of what you're learning and the connections that you can then bring into the class. It's just, I think as I and other members think about how we translate that into giving you a formal credit or a potential option, which we're not particularly considering right now, but I'm open to feedback. It's helpful to hear your perspective on this, so thank you. Yeah, thank you all for the rest of your testimony. The DCI situation is very concerning, and I'm sure I have colleagues that will follow up with you, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Alfuth.
Thank you. Representative Chang?
Following up on this, I agreed. I think it's really great to hear about the experience that you had. That's awesome, both of you. I think my question is to you, Mr. John. I think you were here for the rest of the conversation, right? Earlier around kind of what you heard from some of the educators, formal educators, around their hesitancy with creating this kind of flexibility. Would just appreciate to hear your response.
Sure, and I think you're referring to some of the concerns about just quality control, about wanting students to make sure they're covering the traditional like credit curriculum and whatnot.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would add, I think it's valuable having those experiences, and also some students, one, like to show knowledge in different ways, so giving them a pathway to do that, I think, is very valuable. We have kids sometimes that will come to debate, and I work at Stuart Hobson as the coach in my spare time. Come once a week, and I'll hear from teachers that students who are maybe problem children during the day do a fantastic job after school, and being able to recognize them for that additional work and something that they try and find truly valuable, I think is can be incredibly transformative for students. And then to Evelyn and Marshall's point, you get that opportunity to give them credit for it. I think too, any kind of process, and I touched on this very briefly in my remarks, but at the end, is you obviously need to have some kind of a quality control process. For example, the competency-based waiver right now does have a fairly strenuous set of criteria that you have to meet to submit it. I would expect there would be something very similar if it was the state board, if it was OSSE, whoever was approving that, to be able to authorize an organization to then deliver that credit. We wouldn't just want anybody doing that, of course, and I think that's something that Marshall and Evelyn were touching on, the importance of recognizing when an activity is truly rigorous to the point that it does rise to that level of giving that academic credit.
Representative Colson.
Ms. Copeland, I don't believe you finished. Would you like to finish your testimony?
Thank you. I think much of it has been covered, but there is one more point that I want to bring up, which is that questions have been raised about the financial distributions at DCI, and specifically, the allegation is that DCI's executives and other outside consultants have received significant bonuses and been awarded contracts of questionable utility, while support and building staff have effectively had their pay decreased over the past few years, and our excellent teachers have had their salaries frozen. The other parent alluded to this, and it's in the testimony. I am making no accusations. I simply do not know, but we are asking that you or another board use their authority to ensure a proper investigation, to identify any issues, or to confirm that funds are being distributed in the most appropriate way, to confirm that it's valid. After all, reasonable people can disagree, but the cost of living here is high, and that is a real concern, that we don't have the staff turnover that we've had, that we keep these really excellent educators, and we want them to be compensated appropriately, and those who have the direct interactions with our students and support of our students are really, it is important that we recognize their excellence and their commitment, and we want to make sure that the money is flowing appropriately to support them. Thank you.
Representative Henderson.
Ms. Copeland, have you looked for those financials? Much of that should be transparently available. I don't know if you've looked.
I personally have not. I know there's a working group of parents and others at the school who are.
Okay.
So it's really just, I'd like to raise the awareness.
Sure. Yeah, it might be helpful I think a lot of us want to reach out. Maybe connecting with the working group would be useful for us. And I think you're running up against some of the governance problems that we have in the district, and that's unfortunate. Mr. Alfuth, I'm trying to think about where standards fit into what you're proposing, and a related question, if you're primarily talking about elective credit or substitution for what might be core classes or other required classes.
Sure, and I think initially for debate, it'd probably make the most sense to focus on elective credit, simply because again, there are so many different subjects that it touches on. However, I do think that there is a world, to Evelyn and Marshall's point, that there is a lot of academic content that is covered. If we wanted to go towards a more broad-based, competency-based system where that could form a part of, say, giving students credit for a core content course, but I think what I'm advocating for here is primarily that elective credit approach.
All right, thanks. That's helpful. I yield the rest of my time.
Vice President Goulart.
I want to thank you all for your testimony, and I'm interested in the idea of the debate as the elective credit. I think that's a good idea. I took a public speaking class in high school. It was really valuable, and it would seem that if we're going to think about this for phys ed, it would also make sense to think about this possibility for debate. Just generally, with elective credits for after-school activities, how do you think they should be graded? Because that's one thing I was just thinking about up here, is like, typically, like, let's say whether it be, we use cross-country as an example, you know, it's just something people do, they have fun. Would we want to get to where we, though, graded people for their performance in cross-country or debate, or would we want to make it something where it was, you know, like pass-fail almost, is what I'm thinking. And I don't know the answer to that. It's just something I would pose to you. How would you think about assessing a grade if we issued, like, elective credit to debate?
I have thoughts since you guys want to say something.
Can I start? Yeah. Okay, so this is just an idea here, but I think that the concept of, like, there's, like, this end goal where you get the credit and then you have to, like, attend X number of tournaments or, like, do X number of research in order to, like, reach a threshold, and then you've achieved, like, I get the credit for debate now. I think that's great because it's cumulative and it also doesn't, like, cut you off from trying it and then, like, oh my gosh, I now have an F grade on my report card.
Right. Yeah, you know, hopefully we wouldn't give an F out, but, like, I'm just trying to think, like, you know, I would want, you know, I wouldn't want to discourage somebody who, you know, wanted to try something out like that from participating, you know, if they weren't very good. They didn't want to, like, end up hurting their GPA because, let's say you weren't the best runner or something like that, but you really wanted to join the cross-country team and there was no cuts. You know, I wouldn't want to see somebody then end up with, like a C on their report card or a 2.5 or something on the GPA because they weren't as good. Same with debate. It's like you got a student who's nervous about public speaking but wants to try it out, and I just don't know how to think that through. But how, any other reaction to how you would grade it?
I'll just add very quickly, I think I've mentioned a few folks on the board that have thought about this a lot for our middle school kids, and I think at a very high level, you could create a set of very clearly defined competencies that would spell out exactly what a kid would have to be able to show to do. You could use, like, a portfolio system, combining artifacts like videos, cases they've written, different pieces of evidence that would show when a student has mastered those competencies. Okay. And if you want to take it from, like, a standards-based grading approach, then it's not so much a pass-fail or an A or an F. You allow kids to continue to improve until they hit that.
Okay.
Marshall, I know you had like 20 seconds.
That's really helpful.
Yeah, I was thinking that there had to be standards, so I was thinking like X number of tournaments, maybe like X number of files written based on like also like what the content of those files are, because some are more like complex like philosophies that one would be like discussing and stuff, so yeah.
Well, that's really interesting. Thanks for coming and raising this.
President Patterson.
Thank you to everyone who came out tonight. I have a few questions around DCI. I'm kind of having a deja vu, so to speak. I remember when Mundi Verde went through a similar situation that you guys are describing some years back. Very tense conversation between the staff and leadership. I remember that happening. And then recently, as you guys talk about finances, we had Eagle Academy that a lot of questions and red flags came up very early. I want to state again that we have no authority whatsoever as the State Board of Education. Each LEA outside, you know, they have a lot of autonomy as far as what they do in their finances. But I will say, when you talk about certain people getting raises and things like that, 990s have to be reported by all nonprofits. They can give you that report right off the bat. They're highest paid people, all those type of things. That's public knowledge. Every year has to be available to the public, so you can always go there. My next question, so to speak, is a requirement of all charter schools is that they have 2 parent representatives. And I want to know, are you guys in any type of conversation with those two parent? Like every charter school has to have two parent representatives on their board. That is a requirement. And I wanted to know, are you guys having any kind of conversation with them whatsoever?
I think there are 13 board members, maybe 6 of them. A few of them are parents.
Right.
Which ones? Like the head of the board is definitely a parent.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
I would have to follow back up on
Yeah,
this.
what I would like to do as I look into this is kind of have some kind of contact of who those individuals are, so that I understand what the relationship is as you guys try to navigate what's going on with the board and the actual staff. That would give me some more insight. Again, we have no real authority, but I would like some insight as to what's happening when you have actual parents that are on the board that may or may not have the same concerns as you do, but they also have input and voting on that particular board because they are voting members of that board, and they have available to them all financial stuff. That they are full-fledged board members. So that's where I want to kind of start as I try to support you on this. Is starting with parents and trying to understand that aspect, okay? But I look forward to following up with you, okay? All right.
Thank you all for your testimony this evening. We will now move to our final round of public witnesses. Sophia Adler. Stephen Jefferson. And Joshua Booth. Are there any more people that need to testify? We will start with Ms. Adler.
Thank you, and good evening, board members and staff of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Sophie Adler, and I'm the program coordinator for SEDEC DC's Financial Empowerment Program. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony tonight, and this is follow-up from our oral and written testimony from March. SEDEC DC's mission is to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents. This includes our 8-week financial empowerment program, which provides DC residents with the tools and resources to strengthen their financial skills and plan for their financial futures. Many of the participants in our program start without any financial education background and have expressed their desire to have been taught these lessons when they were in school. I'm delighted that several alumni from our financial empowerment program are here with us tonight, who you heard from earlier, to share their perspectives on the importance of financial literacy in our schools. The results of our program affirm research showing that financial literacy courses result in tangible savings and less debt for a student over the course of their lifetime. Since the program's inception in 2023, 85% of program graduates have made a positive change to their financial habits or decisions as a direct result of our program. These positive changes range from paying down debt, to opening checking accounts, to applying for their first ever credit cards, to increasing their credit scores. Program graduates are not only leaving with the tools and the resources to plan for their financial goals, but also the confidence to go and achieve them. Adding a mandated financial literacy course will ensure DC students learn necessary financial skills early on in their life to set them up for future long-term success. In addition to my work with SEDEC DC, I also serve on the board for the Greater Washington Jumpstart Coalition, which works to advance personal financial literacy among students in the Greater DC area. I wanted to end by sharing that the Greater Washington Jumpstart Coalition, along with the Foundation for Economic Education, is hosting a Financial Literacy Month workshop tomorrow evening. The goal of this workshop is to connect with DC educators and to help bridge the gaps between classroom instruction and real-world financial applications. We share more details in our written testimony, and I'm happy to answer questions about either Jumpstart or our financial empowerment program. Local DC nonprofits and organizations are already working towards the goal of building financial literacy for our students, and SEDEC DC and others are excited to help with the implementation of this graduation requirement. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify this evening.
Good evening, board members and staff at DC's State Board of Education. My name is Stephen Jefferson, Outreach Coordinator at ZEDEC DC. As a native Washingtonian and a former Ward 7 resident, I attended DCPS and graduated from H.D. Woodson High School. While I attended H.D. Woodson, we had to complete and pass the course called Life Skills, Financial Empowerment Program, and it was mandatory in the 12th grade before you graduated. Life skill consists of learning how to open a checking account, how to balance a checkbook, how to write a resume, and how to interview for a job. I believe financial education should not only be a part of the educational requirements for DC public schools, but it should be mandatory before graduation from high school. Life skill courses were not only helpful then, but I was able to pass along what I learned to my son and daughter. My son graduated in 2021 from Benjamin Banneker High School, and my daughter from Ron Brown High School, and my daughter graduated from Benjamin Banneker in 2011. I always told them before you buy anything, you need a budget, so you know how much you can afford before you buy it. I was blessed with a new home a year ago, and I was able to share my wonderful experience from beginning to end, from creating a new budget that included finding a realtor, finding a lender to see how much of a home I could afford, then creating a new spending plan. Because of my new expenses being a homeowner, I have been involved with ZEDEC DC's Financial Empowerment Program from its launch. I attended every cohort and session so I can engage with the participants and learn their stories. So many of our participants are young adults who did not receive any type of financial education in school. That is why it's needed, because it will help to prevent debt and financial pitfalls, teaches building wealth early, understanding smart budgeting and spending habits, and enhance confidence and independence. We are so grateful to the State Board of Education for considering and preparing to vote on financial literacy as a graduation requirement for DC students. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak this evening about this essential step for DC students.
President Patterson, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Josh Boots, Executive Director of Empower K-12, a data nonprofit here in the DC. Just wanted to share a few key data points that I think are relevant to the high school graduation requirements conversation. First, at 3.5 elective credits, DC will continue to offer high school students some of the fewest opportunities to explore courses in their college and career pathways of their choice in the country. More than 85% of states give students at least 5 credits to pursue their individual college and career interests. Only 8 states plus DC require 4 credits in social studies to graduate. Only 2 states plus DC currently require 4 credits in science. DC is only one of 3 states to require 2 credits in a world language. Most states with foreign language requirements allow multiple pathways in that category, including computer programming, CTE, and demonstrating proficiency on a world language exam. Fewer than half of states have an arts credit requirement. More than 1 in every 4 students drops out of high school. And 1/3 of those students drop out before they even reach 11th grade. DC and national data show that students want credit flexibility to engage in their college and career interests, including the humanities. Our modeling of enrollment and dropout data estimates that the number of seats needed for core subjects in the arts, in the sciences, and in social studies would actually increase if credits declined by one credit. That's because more students would engage in school, would come to school, and therefore need to get those core credits. So if we were to able to reduce the dropout rate or the number of dropouts by more than 25%, we would actually need more seats, more teachers in history and science. I, like WTU President Fuchs, do care about the science and social studies proficiencies of our students. We need more students to be in school to take those courses. And by giving them the flexibility to take courses of their interest, more would come to school. They would have to then complete the core courses in history and science, and we would actually potentially need more teachers in those subjects. Thank you again for the opportunity.
We will now have a round of member questions. Representative Thompson. I'm sorry, Representative Mozambique.
Thank you guys so much for coming out and testifying. I know it's late. I want to say first to people from ZEDEC, Ms. Adler and Mr. Jefferson, thank you so much for testifying about the importance of financial literacy. You've heard my comments from earlier about how important I think it is, and I'm excited to see how this partnership works and how hopefully we can have a mandated credit hour for financial literacy for all students in the district. And to Mr. Boots, I want to thank you for raising these concerns about flexibility and the impact that it has on teachers and the way in which we need to have teachers in order, the way in which we're going to shift graduation requirements requires a lot more from our teachers, and that is an important thing to consider. I have no further questions at this time. It all makes sense to me. Thank you so much.
So sorry. Representative Thompson.
No worries. Thank you all for coming back, because it's been a long night. So thank you for hanging in there with us. And I do remember seeing you in March. I know you have programming in Ward 7. I would love to come visit. I will not be at the open house tomorrow because we have a high school graduation requirements task force meeting, which I think will take up the bulk of my evening, as you can see what we're wrestling with. I am trying to follow Mr. Boots, just your argument. So you're saying to me that I heard okay, so here are the two things I'm trying to reconcile. I hear you saying, maybe it's three things. We have a lot of students who drop out of high school. I also hear you saying we have less credit flexibility than other states. And I heard you say that most students make this decision before 11th grade. 1/3, that's a good chunk. And so if students are making this decision before 11th grade, help me understand the 1 credit delta and why that makes a difference.
It provides them more flexibility to take electives early on, right? So in our current sort of climate with only 3.5, most students try to get those core subject area and core credits done, and it's almost a requirement in 9th and 10th grade. So their course loads are the requirements, not the electives. And if we add more electives to the potential course load, they usually backload them in 11th and 12th grade. We can have them in 9th and 10th grade, having them to take courses that might interest them, might keep them to come to school. There is a lot of evidence and research and data from other states that students who take CTE pathways are more likely to graduate, especially those from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. They're also just as likely to enter college as other high school graduates.
Okay, so I have no doubt or no questions about the engagement in school, but is the only way to solve, is the only way to solve for flexibility a reduction in credits? Like, is it not possible to, like, some of this could be scheduling, moving the classes around. Some of this could be other things. I do worry about comparing ourselves to other states, which don't necessarily have the same job requirements that we have. There's a paper ceiling in DC that's very real.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other things you heard from folks is the trade-off flexibility for proficiency and competency, right? I don't want flexibility just for the sake of flexibility. I want flexibility when it's done and delivered and implemented well, right? We need students to be taking
sorry, we have to move on.
Sorry.
Representative Williams.
Yeah. Thank you all for your testimony. I'm inspired by the commitment of SEDEC DC and you all being here, and the continued advocacy to learning more about the program, and just to kind of seeing a good community partner with the implementation should this move forward with becoming a more robust and formal requirement. So thank you all for your testimony. And then Mr. Boots, yeah, I'm similar to Representative Thompson. I was trying to also understand the argument. I know we talked briefly before the meeting started. I'm still not clear on it, so I wanted to give you a second to kind of help me understand that more.
I mean, the argument is that with flexibility, that we would give students more credits early on to take things that are interested in them, things that they might find interest to keep them in school, to reduce
Right.
the dropout rate. And when there are fewer kids dropping out and more kids in school to need to take the science and social studies core requirements that we do have, because we do want well-rounded students, that we would actually be filling more seats and need more sections and therefore potentially more teachers, because instead of 73% of our like our high school age students being in school, it'd be closer to 100%.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to sit with that, and I appreciate your testimony tonight. Thank you.
Representative Chang.
Josh, thanks for looking at how we compare to other contexts. You named a lot of stats, as you often do for us. What's the number one most important one tonight for you?
It is that 85% of states give students at least 5 credits to pursue their individual college and career interests.
And
right?
we are at?
I think, I agree with everyone up here on this board that I know wants high standards for our kids.
Mhm.
And I want well-rounded kids. And I want kids who stay through high school, that complete it, that are eligible for living wage colleges and careers.
Yep.
That are eligible for highly selective schools. And so we need more of them to complete. We need more of them to get interested, to feel like they belong at high school, to give them those opportunities to participate.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. And one question for you. Remind me your name.
Sophie.
Sophie, thank you. Thank you for staying so late with us. I'm still wrapping my head around just how to assess what is a good financial literacy program and distinguish that from one that just checks the box, which is often a case when we add something to do. How would you go about it?
Yeah, I think there's 2 ways I would think about this. I mean, first, we can turn to other states and the examples that our neighbors in Maryland and Virginia have gone to implement and pass financial literacy standards in their curriculums. And there's more specifically in our written testimony about that. But I'll also speak a little bit more about, from my experience leading and helping facilitate our financial empowerment program, the way that we go about assessment is we have a clear set of questions that we ask students at the beginning, and then we ask very similar ones at the end. And I think there's ways that we can get very clear qualitative data. The data that I stated earlier of 85% of participants are making these really tangible changes into their lives. And I think there's also, the data that's not as neat to turn into numbers, but is hearing from the real impact it has on students and their confidence, their ability to actually implement those resources and go about the financial goals that they want to achieve.
Thank you. Thanks. And thank you, sir, for joining us so late.
Representative Colson. Representative Henderson.
Thank you all. I don't have any questions. Good to see you again.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. And again, thank you for staying with us so late. Again, Josh, always good to see you. Josh, really quick to stay with you for a moment. Have you reviewed the practical studies diploma recommendations at all? Or do you have any thoughts on it? Just wondering.
I don't. I mean, I lean on Julie Camerata and that group to have a.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
But since, again, I would be concerned with anything that lowers standards for our students with disabilities, because they can achieve. We just need to support them.
Thank you. Appreciate you. No further questions. I yield my time. And again, thank you all for your testimonies and staying with us so late.
Vice President Goulart.
I want to thank you all for testifying tonight. I do have questions on the financial literacy. It'll be the same one before. Is when do you think this course should be taken? What school year? Sophomore, junior, senior? Yes. Green light's in. I can hear you. Okay. That's, I think, really helpful. And when do students start applying to colleges? When is that typically making the decisions on which schools to apply to? Do you guys know? Mine aren't at that age yet, and I'm too old to remember when I did it. So, so maybe in that time frame, because I think, you know, like those skills in deciding, you know, do they want to look at, you know, UDC? Do they want to look at going to a four-year school? Like, how do they want to make those choices? And then also about, you know, as they look at schools, you know, what will that mean for earnings later? And trying to make those calculations, I think, is something that, you know, some people luck into, some, you know, are privileged enough to not have to worry about it until they graduate. But others, it's a real choice, and it's one that's going to affect the rest of their life. So I just am really excited about this course. I mean, when I came in here, I wasn't sure about any of the three new requirements, and I only want one in the ship because the ship sinks if you put too much stuff in there, and I want to boot the other two out and leave this one in. Are there anything from that other, like that more ethereal life skills course that, like, you think could be incorporated into financial literacy? Yep. Yep. Exactly. Yep. Well, thank you all for your testimony. I'm excited to work with you on this.
President Patterson?
Yes, I'll wrap us up, and because it's late, I'll try to be quick with my comments. I don't have a question or anything like that. But what I will say is that I've been very moved by the number of people who've come here and told me about the importance of financial literacy. I always believed in it before, but to hear the testimonies and how it has impacted individuals are powerful to me. So I truly appreciate every single person that came here and spoke specifically about financial literacy. It really put in perspective, even though I have a child that is, well, I have a junior and I have a freshman right now. It really helped a lot in how I look at it as from a parent and as a person who leads in schools. Secondly is what I'll say is I am still concerned, as I said from the very beginning. I think, you know, graduation requirements are well and good. I think we need to look at them and make sure that students are getting what they need to make sure that they're college and career ready. But if we still continue to have the graduation rate that we have and the big gulf between that and college readiness, we can make a new penny all the time and it can be shiny and call it whatever we would like to call it. But if we're not graduating students that are proficient, which is the North Star of all of this, then we are failing no matter what we do with it and what name we give it. So I'm more concerned about how do we move from growth to proficiency so that children are graduating with the needed knowledge and preparedness to be successful in whatever they choose to do. I'll leave y'all with a quote from Julian Bonds. He said, violence is giving kids 6 years of education for 12 years of going to school, basically. I feel the same way. If our children are not proficient, we are doing a disservice to them, to their parents, and everybody who trusts us to educate their children if we're not graduating children who are ready. So thank you again for everything this evening. And you guys are released from the panel. Thank you so much. All right. Let me go back and find my place again. go. Okay. We will now move to our administrative items for vote. We have 4 state resolutions and 1 ceremonial resolution for consideration this evening. SR 26-3 calling for a statewide framework for special education best practices. At last month's public meeting, we voted to postpone the vote on SR 25-3 until today. As such, we will now move to vote on the state resolution SR 26-3 calling for a statewide framework for special education best practices. Is there a motion? Madam, Dr. Johnson-Law, is there a motion, ma'am?
Yes, sir, so moved. I moved to.
It has been moved, probably moved by the initiator, Dr. Johnson-Law. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly seconded by Representative Williams.
Patterson?
Yes.
I would like to move to waive the reading of the resolution.
All right. Is there a motion to move? Huh? Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded to waive the reading of the particular motion. Okay. Huh?
All in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? I'm tired, I'm sorry. I hear no objections, okay, so the, to not read has passed. Thank you so much, okay. Is there a student advisory committee statement?
The Student Advisory Committee, the SAC, demonstrates widespread support for SR 26-3. The SAC recognizes existing gaps within their schools concerning the inclusion of students with different abilities, both socially and during instructional time. The SAC recommends year-long support and training for educators and more dynamic implementation to aid schools with differing resources and student support needs. The SAC looks forward to clarification regarding whether LEAs will create their own best practices or if OSSE will have specific guidance that must be followed. The final vote was 29 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you so much. Is there discussion on the resolution? Representative Johnson-Law.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of my colleagues on the board. I think outside of being ceremonial, this is like my first SR, and so it's like pretty cool, but just wanted to say thank you to all of you for making sure that we prioritize our students with disabilities and not making it a SPED teacher problem, and not really seeing it as a problem, but really a support to all of our teachers and to also give them more skills and more tools in their toolbox. So again, just wanted to say thank you to everybody, and thank you to our student reps too. It was really cool to come to your meeting. That was my first time. It was so fun. You guys have the best meeting. Where is my sweatshirt? Darren? Never mind. Okay, I'll be quiet. Oh, sorry.
Any more discussion?
I'll be brief. I think there's just as a classroom teacher, I see that there's a lot of need for this every day. And so I think this is a beginning phase that we then need to continue to have conversations with OSSE and other stakeholders to see how we can implement it. I think there's a lot of work to do in this area.
All right. Thank you, Representative Williams. Look around one more time and see if there's any more discussion. Okay, seeing no more discussion, the motion is to adopt SR 26-3. Director Butler, will you call the roll?
Representative Mozendar,
Aye.
Representative Chang,
Aye.
Representative Colson,
Aye.
Representative Henderson,
Aye.
Representative Johnson-Law,
Aye.
Representative Thompson,
Aye.
Representative Williams,
Aye.
Vice President Goulet,
Aye.
President Patterson,
Aye.
SR 26-3, calling for a statewide statewide framework for special education instructional best practices, as passed unanimously.
Thank you, Director. SR 26-4 calling for a statewide attendance early warning and intervention monitoring system. We will now move to vote on this state resolution, SR 26-4, calling for a statewide attendance, early warning, and intervention monitoring. Is there a motion? I look to my representative from 4 first. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded by Representative from Ward 8, Johnson Law. Okay, the motion has been properly. Yes, sir?
I'd like to, at this time, waive the reading of the resolution, please.
Is there a second?
I second.
It has been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there a student advisory committee statement on that? Representative Bozendar?
Yes, there is indeed. The Student Advisory Committee, the SAC, strongly supports SR 26-4 as reflected in the overwhelming student approval, where 21 voted yes and 0 no. Students recognize the importance of improving attendance systems and ensuring continuity of support through tools like digital backpacks. However, SAC members raise concerns about clarity and implementation. Students emphasize the need to clearly define what intervention data is being transferred, how long-term student information is stored, and whether schools are required to participate. Additionally, SAC members questioned how these policies would be enforced if they are only recommendations and what consequences would exist for non-compliance. Concerns were also raised about equity, particularly differences in staffing, such as school counselors, which may impact implementation. Finally, students requested more clarity on budget changes and how agencies will coordinate leadership to ensure effectiveness. The SAC encourages revisions that clarify expectations, strengthen accountability, and ensure equitable implementation across schools.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Go right ahead, ma'am.
Yes, no additional major discussion. I think it's all in the resolution. I do want to say thank you to the board for their feedback and for this support of this resolution. We know that chronic absenteeism is an ongoing concern, and we also know that having our students attend school is the precursor to them being graduating and being proficient in what they're learning. So I'm happy that we're able to move this forward.
Thank you, and congratulations. Any more discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt SR 26-4. Director Butler, will you call the roll?
Representative Bozendar.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
Aye.
Representative Williams.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
President Patterson.
Aye.
SR 26-4, calling for a statewide attendance, early warning, and intervention monitoring system, has passed unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We will now move to vote on state resolution SR 26-5, recommendations for advancing student and educator fluency in artificial intelligence.
President Patterson, without objection, I'd like to move a motion to consider measures C and D in block.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? All right, it has it. Real quick, before I go into asking about the reading aspect of it. The SR that you're putting together with these two is, I would like to state it for the public, is SR 26-6, calling for the establishment of an artificial intelligence leadership collaborative. So you're putting them both together as a block, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we're voting on them as a block, okay? All right, so I will ask for a motion for a block. Is there a motion to move them? All right.
We just did that.
Okay, we did that part. Let's probably move this. Is there a student advisory committee?
I think, did we move and second them? I don't know that we did.
I'll second it and call for the vote on moving it in block.
Okay.
You gotta vote
All right.
to say, not
Okay.
to call the roll vote, but to
Right.
vote.
I'd like to move at this time to waive the reading of both resolutions, please.
That's
Do one vote at a time.
that's exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Is there a second? I think you
It's
seconded.
been seconded.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, thank you. Eric?
Yes, I'd like to move at this time to waive the reading of SR 26.5 and SR 26.6.
I second it.
It's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, moves. Okay, now, thank you. Is there any student advisory committee statement for either or both?
There is for both. Should I read both of them?
Go right ahead, both of them.
Okay. For SR 26-5, the Student Advisory Committee does not currently support it, as reflected in a limited approval, with 1 vote for yes, 8 for no, and 14 abstentions. Students expressed significant uncertainty about the resolution's scope and impact. A major concern was a lack of clear guidance on appropriate AI use, including when it is acceptable for both students and educators. Students also raised concerns about over-reliance on AI, particularly in younger grades, and emphasized the need for guardrails to protect learning development. Additionally, SAC members highlighted the importance of addressing diverse learning styles and questioned whether AI integration would support or hinder different types of learners. Environmental concerns such as resource usage and a lack of clarity around key terms like high-needs populations were also noted. The SAC recommends further development of this resolution, including clearer definitions, stronger safeguards, and more transparency before reconsideration. And for SR 26-6, the Student Advisory Committee is hesitant to support it, calling for the establishment of an artificial intelligence leadership collaborative. Citing personal classroom experiences, the SAC had concerns around overuse and over-reliance on AI from teachers, and the SAC would like further clarity on how AI experts are determined and emphasize the need for training on whether and when AI usage is acceptable, as stated previously. And the SAC looks forward to learning more about possible sources of funding and how private companies and organizations will be selected to participate in this work. And the final vote for 26-6 was 4 in favor, 6 opposed, and 14 abstentions.
All right. Thank you so much. Is there discussion on the resolution?
I'll just say something briefly. Is you first?
Representative Henderson? We'll let Representative Henderson go first.
Thank you. I think the students raised a lot of good concerns, and the hope here is that these resolutions are asking us as a city to think about a lot of those concerns. Like, AI is here, as they've noted, it's in the classrooms, and so the idea is to push for a statewide approach, statewide conversation about what the guardrails should be, what use should be, how we define it, and so on. And so that's the impetus. I'm sorry that Representative Best is not here to speak from his perspective. But for me, as someone who's skeptical, wary, have a lot of the concerns that the students raised, to me the importance is that we, as a city, wrap our minds around it and hit it head on, because it's here.
Thank you so much, Representative Henderson. Representative Goulet?
Representative Henderson said much of what I was going to say. I just want to thank the students for raising those issues. I think those are all very valid concerns, and I think what Representative Best is trying to do through these resolutions is try to address the very concerns you're talking about by setting up this process to evaluate AI and hopefully get ahead of those issues before they become a problem for our students. So I don't think that these resolutions provide the answers to that, but I think they set up a process whereby we can get the safeguards in place and get those answers. So thanks for raising those issues.
Is there any more discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I have discussion. You can go first.
Yeah, to what Representative Goulet said, I agree. I think that having this forum and setting up the space to have dialogue about AI is very important, and I think just further conversation about these guardrails and the concerns of the SAC in particular would be great to have. But at least we know that AI is kind of inevitable, and a lot of the members of the SAC mentioned it's already in their schools, and it's already, students and teachers alike are already using it, and having proper guidelines and implementation on when it's best to use and how we can safeguard these operations would be most impactful. But I think having these conversations and allowing, having the space to discuss it in the resolution is the most important.
Thank you. Representative Thompson?
I'm happy I let you go first. I guess my question is, almost never the SAC votes against the resolution. Almost never. After you all had the vote, and when the resolution was presented to you all, were were there any changes made to the resolution that addressed SAC concerns, or should I interpret this as, you know, ideally we wouldn't be dealing with AI, but we can appreciate that there are guardrails?
I think, so in both resolutions, the majority of votes were actually abstentions, not a yes or a no. And I think that really speaks to the idea that students understand that AI is here and it's already impacting them, and really it's what we do about it. So I think since students didn't actually vote no, they want to see further development of these resolutions, more clearer standards and guidelines and guardrails as to when AI usage is appropriate and how we safeguard that whole process. I really think it's, some students are they don't want to use AI and they don't want to like have this in our schools, but I feel like for the vast majority of students, they abstained from voting because they wanted to see further development of the resolutions rather than passing them as is.
That's helpful. I think maybe my question is to the law, because I don't know who went to present. Representative Best isn't here. I have no idea who went to present the resolution. You went to present it?
No, but I get to speak to it.
I know like they do give us the feedback, and I'm just curious, not having tracked it line by line, if any changes were made to clarify as they requested after going to present to the SAC.
I can't answer that question.
It says, Haley and Jen made few changes to both resolutions to reflect the SAC's feedback, mostly to clarify language to address some of these concerns.
Yeah. Can I be recognized?
Go right ahead.
So I was at the SAC meeting when it was presented. Dr. Colson was also there to present her resolution. Representative Best did present it to the SAC. There were many concerns. I think general support and interest, as we just heard. But yeah, I would have liked to have seen more revision. So I think that's just a little bit of the context there. And yeah, I think that this is something that we need to address, but we also need to address it thoughtfully with guidelines and with clear standards and with continual feedback. So I plan to vote present in hoping that it does get addressed by this board and we move the work of the city forward. But there were additional revisions that I would have liked to have seen in aligning with some of the concerns that the students voiced at the SAC meeting.
Okay. For me, I appreciate, Representative Thompson, what you brought up as far as actually with the action items after they presented stuff like that. And I want to, for discussion at this particular point, I'm not moving a motion or anything like that, entertain, is this something that we want to postpone? I welcome any conversation on that. We've postponed things before so that we can get them better or get more insight. So I'm asking that of our board. Again, is this something that we want to postpone, or do you want to have the vote this evening?
I can speak to your question.
Okay.
I mean, so my perspective on this, I think Representative Best has done a lot of work on this. I appreciate the staff making those changes that the SAC recommended. I also do appreciate now that I'm not the only representative who's been voted down by the SAC. So on my cell phone resolution, I was the only one. But I think on this, if there's someone who really has substantive concerns with this and is going to put the work in within the next month, that's one thing. I think for me, I think this sets up a process that starts to explore these questions about AI. So like, I'm comfortable voting for it today. I also know that my focus over the next month is on some Ward 3 issues that I think are really important and on the high school graduation work. So for me, even though I think there's a lot more we can always explore with AI, I'm prepared to support it today because I know my focus is going to be elsewhere on issues that I think are a really high priority for this board right now, whereas I think this has got the ball rolling on an important topic that has a lot of questions to still explore, but I don't think that they need to be explored right now, or even that the answers are there right now on it. So I'm prepared to support it today and then try to move on to, I think, some issues that are really critical for the city.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, Oh, I apologize. I apologize. Is there?
I take it back. It was me, President Patterson, but I take it back because.
Okay. You rescind that. You're rescinding further discussion. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Representative Thompson?
So I recognize I possibly should have asked the question earlier because I knew that the SAC had rendered a decision that was not overall positive. I think my assumption is always that when the SAC votes on something, we not only get their vote, but we do take their feedback and make the updates. But I was not, I had a very tumultuous few weeks, so I was not tracking that closely, which is why I asked the question. I appreciate that our staff did take their feedback and did do their best to clarify. I can't speak to, you know, how that, if that feels sufficient for other members. I'm fine voting President along with Representative Williams, but I do think it is actually important as a member who was here when we established that we go before the SAC as part of the process. The point is to improve our work. And that we actually do take their feedback seriously, just like we take the members' feedback seriously and make the adjustments. But I understand the time to have raised that may have been sooner than this evening, but I do think it is important in practice that we do it. And so
Representative Henderson?
Now knowing that some folks are going to vote present, I think it's worthwhile to postpone and take more time to address the concerns of the SAC. I'm also thinking that Dr. Mitchell updated us on some work that OSSE has already started on this issue, which is, to me, is a good outcome. And so I think that lessens the urgency of passing it at this moment. But I still stand behind what's in the resolutions. But I'm open to, taking the feedback of the students.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you the question then. Are you moving a motion to postpone?
Sure, I will move a motion to postpone
I'm going to
this
second
block
it.
of resolutions.
There's a motion to postpone both of these resolutions. Is there a second?
I'm going to second it.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Just call for. I'll call for a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any objections or nays? That carries. These two resolutions, SR, and I'll read them real quick. SR 26-5 and 26-6 are now postponed.
Point of clarification.
Right ahead, sir.
On that motion we just moved, because I'm uncertain what we just voted on. Typically, a motion to postpone postpones to the next meeting. A motion to table places it on the table indefinitely.
Okay.
I'm assuming since you said a motion to postpone, we're postponing until the next public meeting, but I just wanted that clear for the record. Because a motion to tables indefinitely. The motion to postpone typically postpones, but we did not state the date. So I just wanted clarity on the date.
I'll say postpone. I believe we can address this in the next month.
So until the next public meeting.
Until the next public meeting.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. All right. That being done, I'm now going to entertain a motion to approve CR 26-4, recognizing Leslie Poole, outgoing CEO of the Seed Foundation. Is there a motion? I'm looking through my Ward 7. Moved properly by Representative Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded by Representative Johnson Law from Ward 8.
We don't have to move to waive.
Okay. The motion has been seconded, and having properly been moved and seconded, the motion to approve CR 26-4 is now open for discussion. Is there discussion? And I look at Representative Thompson from Ward 7 first.
No, I don't have a long discussion here. I look forward to sharing this with Ms. Poole as she has her outgoing celebration. Ms. Poole was C's very first employee and I believe has had almost every job at the school, both on the academic and residential side. And so I have known her since I was a student. I have worked for her, I've worked with her, and her commitment and dedication to the C School has been unmatched.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Before I go, I'll ask if there are any other comments. All right, I'll leave with this one. I had the pleasure of truly meeting and spending a year of leadership with Ms. Poole in Pahara. She was one of my classmates. I know her dedication. She spoke very fondly in all of our sessions throughout the year of our program year of just how much SEED meant to her. I can say, because I got to see her in more vulnerable states, this was not an easy transition. She loves SEED, and she loves everything about SEED. So what I will say is that this Representative Thompson is a great way to acknowledge all her dedication and work to SEED, to the SEED Foundation. And I'm happy that you did it, and I'm so happy to be able to support it as well. So thank you so much. I don't think I see any more discussion. The motion is to adopt CR 26-4. We take voice votes for ceremonial resolutions. All in favor? Aye. Any nays? I didn't think so. Ayes have it. Okay. Members, are there any announcements or comments you would like to make before we adjourn? Thank you. With no further business before the State Board, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Johnson Laws made the motion. It was seconded by Representative Williams. All in favor? Aye. Any nays, abstentions? None of that. The ayes have it, and this public meeting of the District of Columbia State Board of Education is adjourned at 10:23. Thank you very much.